2, State of Ohio versus Andrew Mitchell. Do we need to put anything on the record prior to bringing in the jury?
No.
No, Your Honor.
All right, go with jury. You can take the box if you want.
Carl, you didn't get the gray memo.
All rise.
Everyone can have a seat. Everyone have a good evening last night? Yeah. Beautiful at night for dinner time. Anything further on behalf of the state of Ohio?
Thank you, Judge. At this point in time, we've had, I think, 3 stipulations, one to venue, one to identity, and one to the authenticity of the cell phone records. I have a few more, I think 5 more to read into the record at this time. This is State of Ohio versus Andrew Mitchell, 19 CR 1662, Joint Exhibit 2. The parties stipulate as follows. If called to testify, Sergeant David Sicilian would state that at all relevant times he was employed as a sergeant with the Columbus Division of Police Homicide Unit. He would testify that he has been properly educated and trained and has significant experience investigating various crime scenes, including homicides. Sergeant Sicilian would testify that he was called to help investigate a shooting involving a Columbus police officer on the morning of August 23rd, 2018. Sergeant Sicilian would state that his responsibilities for that case included examining the firearm used and accounting for all rounds in the firearm and magazine, as well as rounds fired during the incident. Sergeant Sicilian would testify that the firearm Officer Andrew Mitchell was carrying was a division-issued Smith & Wesson M&P 40 caliber semi-automatic pistol, serial number HTJ-2357, with a 15-round magazine capacity, plus capacity for 1 round to be in the chamber with the magazine full. He would further testify that at the time of the examination there was 1 live round in the chamber and 9 live rounds in the firearms magazine. He would state that there was also 1 spent shell casing that was above the live round in the chamber and had failed to eject. Sergeant Sicilian would testify that Officer Mitchell also had 2 additional magazines in the trunk of his plain car, both of them containing 15 rounds for a total of 30 live rounds. Sergeant Sicilian would testify that out of 46 possible live rounds, Officer Mitchell had 40 live rounds accounted for. Therefore, he would testify that he determined that Officer Mitchell fired a total of 6 shots. Sergeant Sicilian would also testify that he determined that Officer Mitchell was not carrying a backup firearm. The parties stipulate to the qualifications and conclusions of Sergeant David Sicilian.
So stipulated.
Joint Exhibit 3. The parties stipulate as follows. If called to testify, Dr. John Daniels would state that at all relevant times he was employed as a forensic pathology with the Franklin County Coroner's Office. He would testify that he has been properly educated and trained in the field of forensic pathology and is qualified to testify concerning any issues relevant to forensic pathology, including determinations of cause of death. He would further testify that he performed an autopsy on Donna Castleberry on August the 24th, 2018 at the Franklin County Morgue. Dr. Daniels would also state that he prepared a written autopsy report as a result of his examination of Ms. Castleberry. In addition, as per the normal course of forensic pathology, a toxicology report is also prepared and attached. Dr. Daniels would testify that Ms. Castleberry suffered 3 separate gunshot wounds causing injuries to the right ventricle and atrium of her heart, the lower lobe of her right lung, subcutaneous tissues, her lower left leg and left thigh, and a fractured rib. Dr. Daniels would state that the cause of death of Ms. Castleberry was the gunshot wound to the chest, which penetrated her heart and right lung, and that the manner of death was homicide. Dr. Daniels would testify that the gunshot wound to Ms. Castleberry's left leg was not a fatal wound. Dr. Daniels would testify that these findings are accurate to a reasonable degree of forensic pathological certainty. Dr. Daniels would also testify that Ms. Castleberry would still be ambulatory, i.e. able to move for a period of time after the gunshots. In addition, Dr. Daniels would not be able to testify as to the order of the shots or of the wounds. Dr. Daniels also would testify that when he gives directions of an entrance wound, the bullet path, and an exit wound, he does that analysis as per the anatomically correct Leonardo da Vinci model. Depending upon the angle of an individual's body position at the time of the event, Dr. Daniels would not be able to testify concerning an exact opinion upon where the gun might have been in relation to the pointing of it at the subject's body. Dr. Daniels would also indicate from his report and testify that there was stippling on the gunshot wound to the left leg. Stippling is normally seen with a close-range gunshot wound of 0 to 18 inches. It can go as high as 36 inches out, depending upon certain circumstances. Stippling is caused from the heat of the materials leaving the barrel of the gun and coming in contact with the skin. It can be prevented by clothing in some circumstances. A gunshot wound entrance can be categorized as close range or an indeterminate range based upon the existence or non-existence of stippling, fouling, or soot. All 3 are caused by heat or materials leaving the gun and coming into contact with the skin surface. However, the absence of stippling, fouling, or soot can be explained by a barrier in between the barrel of the gun and the surface of the wound. Every coroner's report is attached by a toxicology report. The toxicology report measures substances that were in the decedent's system at the time of death. In this case, the chief toxicologist, Daniel Baker, would testify that the levels of fentanyl and cocaine in Ms. Castleberry's system were high levels. The drugs were consumed within 3 hours before her passing. Furthermore, Dan Baker would testify that the following substances were found in Donna Castleberry's system: norcocaine, benzoylecgonine, and methylecgonine, which are metabolites of cocaine, econidine, which is an alkaloid related to cocaine, and levamisole, which is a veterinary drug to treat worms. Dr. Daniels would also testify, if called to the stand, that in many situations when individuals receive a stabbing wound or a wound from a gun, it triggers a chemical reaction in the body of epinephrine, which could lead to a fight or flight situation. The parties stipulate the qualifications, findings, conclusions, and the admission of the autopsy report of Dr. John Daniels and the toxicology report of Daniel Baker, as well as the identification of Donna G. Castleberry as the subject of these proceedings. The autopsy report and toxicology report is marked as State's Exhibit S1 and S2.
So stipulated, Your Honor.
Joint Exhibit 4. The parties stipulate as follows. If called to testify, Erica Pattie, P-A-T-T-I-E, would state that at all relevant times she was employed as a forensic scientist with the Columbus Police Crime Lab. She would testify that she has been properly educated and trained in the field of forensic sciences and is qualified to testify concerning any issues relevant to forensic science, including determinations as to firearms operability and comparisons of firearms, projectiles, and cartridge cases. She would further testify that she performed tests on the firearm recovered in this case, a Smith & Wesson M&P 40, as well as projectiles and cartridge cases also recovered from the scene of the shooting. Ms. Pattie would also state that she prepared a written laboratory report as a result of these examinations. Ms. Pattie would testify that the firearm recovered in this case, the Smith & Wesson M&P 40, was tested and found to be an operable firearm. Further, she would testify that she macroscopically and microscopically examined the 5 spent .40 caliber bullets and the 6 spent .40 Smith & Wesson cartridge cases. Erica Pattie would testify that in her opinion, all of the spent bullets and spent cases were fired from the same firearm, the Smith & Wesson M&P 40. Ms. Patty would testify that these findings are accurate to a reasonable degree of forensic scientific certainty. The parties stipulate the qualifications, findings, conclusions, and the admission of the laboratory report of Erica Patty. That laboratory report is marked as State's Exhibit T1.
So stipulated, Your Honor.
Joint Exhibit 5. Parties stipulate as follows. If called to testify, Miranda Alfiero Smith would state that at all relevant times she was a forensic scientist with the Columbus Police Crime Laboratory. She would also testify that she has been properly educated and trained in the field of forensic sciences and is qualified to testify concerning any issues relevant to forensic science, including determinations as to DNA identifications and comparisons. She further would testify that she performed tests on many pieces of evidence recovered in this case for the purpose of identifying DNA and comparing that DNA to known standards of both Donna Castleberry and Andrew Mitchell. Ms. Smith would also state that she prepared a written laboratory report as a result of these examinations. The report separates what items were presumptive for blood and what items were positive for DNA belonging to Donna Castleberry, what items were positive for DNA belonging to Andrew Mitchell, and what items were positive for DNA from a mixture of multiple individuals. The reports also detail what person, if any, can be excluded as a contributor from the DNA profile. Ms. Smith would testify that DNA can be left on an object by blood or touch from direct contact with a person or indirect contact by transfer from one person to another. She would state that she cannot testify whether touch DNA was left on an object directly or indirectly. Ms. Smith would testify that these findings are accurate to a reasonable degree of forensic scientific certainty. The parties stipulate the qualifications, findings, and conclusions in the admission of the laboratory report of Miranda Alfiero Smith. The laboratory reports are marked as State's Exhibit U1 and U2.
So stipulated, Your Honor.
Good.
And Joint Exhibit 6. The parties stipulate as follows. As it relates to count 1 of the indictment, felonious assault is a felony of the first or second degree and an offense of violence.
Yes, so stipulated. I'm sorry.
Judge, with the exception of the admission of the exhibits into evidence, the state rests.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a break this morning for about a half hour, and then we have to do some legal stuff, and see you back probably about 10. Oh, hold on. Do not discuss this case among yourselves. Do not permit anyone to discuss it with you or in your presence. It is your duty not to form or express an opinion on the case until it is finally submitted to you.
All rise.
You can have a seat. You guys have everything you're going to want to move into evidence?
I think so, Judge.
Judge, you have our list, correct?
Judge, I'll go in as close as I can to alphabetical order here. State's Exhibit A1 through 8 are the BCI photographs, the laser photographs taken by Joshua Durst.
No objection, Your Honor.
A9 is the, I'm sorry. Were they admitted then?
Yes. Everything that's not objected to is going to be admitted.
Okay, thank you. A9 is that BCI report from Special Agent Durst.
No objection, Your Honor.
B is the body-worn camera video of Officer McDaniel.
No objection, Your Honor.
C1 through 47 are BCI impound photographs.
No objection.
D1 through 68 are BCI property photographs.
No objection.
E1 is Loomis's CV.
Just an objection for the record, Your Honor. I just don't believe in general that CVs should go back. I believe the last time you did allow the CVs to go back, so.
I'll let it go back.
Okay.
E2 is the report from David Loomis.
No objection.
E3 is Loomis's chain of custody,
No objection.
and E4 is his actual report.
No objection.
F1 through 62 are the photos of the vehicle at the impound lot.
No objection.
G2, 12, 13, 24, 27, 31, 102, 119, and 128 are the 9 photographs we picked out from the coroner's office.
It's my understanding that we had this discussion before, and that I believe the court felt that those 9 were relevant and not prejudicial, and correct?
Right,
Correct.
thank you. H1 through 68 are the scene photographs.
No objection.
I1 is Yuri Patrick's CV.
No objection.
I2 is Yuri Patrick's report.
No objection, Your Honor.
Objection as to that?
Yeah, oh, absolutely, yeah. Well, you didn't allow them
Yeah.
last time, and I believe that the standard practice is not to allow the expert reports with regards to use of force because it contains hearsay statements and things that are not in evidence and things of that nature.
I will not admit that. He testified essentially everything to the report.
Right. M1 is the scene sketch of the exterior of the vehicle.
Are you not seeking the photos of the defendant?
We did not actually introduce those this
Okay.
time, but they did some, so we'll still have them.
Any objection to the scene sketch?
No,
And M2 is the scene sketch of the interior of the vehicle.
no objection.
O1 is Shepard's sketch of the bodily injuries of Ms. Castleberry.
No objection.
Q is the phone extraction report, and we've already stipulated to that, sorry. R1 is Andrew Mitchell's Columbus Police Identification Badge.
No objection.
R2 is Andrew Mitchell's holster.
No objection. I'm sorry, Dan, may I interrupt? You didn't do the blank U10 100?
I don't think we did this time.
I don't think we did this time. I don't recall seeing that.
Yeah.
Okay.
R3 is the firearm of Mr. Mitchell.
No objection.
R4 is the knife of Donna Castleberry.
No objection.
S1 and 2 were just stipulated.
Do we have the ammunition separated from the
We
firearm?
do. And it's been zip tied, and our deputies confirmed that for us.
But we're not gonna send the ammunition back with the firearm, are we?
I think last time, and I think probably what's appropriate now
If they-
is
they
if
wanna
they
see
ask
it.
for it, then we separate it out, but otherwise we won't send those things back.
Okay.
S1 and S2 have just been stipulated to the coroner and toxicology report. T1 was stipulated, U1 and 2 were stipulated as, T1 was the firearm, U1 and 2 were the DNA reports. V1 is the unadulterated video from the apartment building.
No objection.
V2 is the enhancement of that video by David Loomis.
No objection.
V3 is the synced up audio and video version that we've shown in court.
No objection.
W is just the audio portion from Andrew Mitchell's cell phone.
No objection.
I believe that is it.
Do we
For us.
have a clean laptop for them to listen to everything?
We will get one.
Then everything else was stipulated?
Yeah.
Okay. Is there any motion on behalf of the defense?
Yes, Your Honor. At this point in time, procedurally, we would move for a Rule 29 dismissal, Your Honor. First and foremost, with regards to the voluntary manslaughter count, there is, we don't believe reasonable minds can disagree with regards to the concept of sudden rage or fit of passion. Here, there's, it can't be sudden, Your Honor, if it's 47 seconds later. In addition, Your Honor, I think most compelling is the government's own witness, their expert, indicated that officers are not trained to kill. They're trained to shoot to incapacitate someone. And that's the bottom line. And with a voluntary manslaughter, the concept is because of a sudden fit of rage or passion, you try to kill someone, and you kill someone because of that. So if the government's own evidence shows, and their own expert shows, that you can't have the required intent based on your training, then, Your Honor, I don't see how it gets past a Rule 29. The same concept, Your Honor, with regards to the paragraph B murder or felony murder. The underlying offense is a felonious assault, knowingly cause or attempting to cause serious physical harm with a deadly weapon. Again, Your Honor, their own expert, their own witness opined that officers do not have the intent to kill, they do not have the intent to wound, they do not have the intent to injure. The intent is to stop the threat and incapacitate the person until they're no longer a threat. We don't believe, Your Honor, that they've met their burden at this point in time with regards to the murder. Their own witness basically agreed with me, and did agree with me on the record, Your Honor, that Mr. Mitchell would have a reasonable belief of an imminent threat as Ms. Castleberry went towards him, went by him, and towards the back, and that was reasonable to believe based on the circumstances that he knew at that time and believed at that time, and it was reasonable for him to believe that he perceived a deadly threat. That in and of itself, Your Honor, is evidence that shows reasonable minds can't disagree with regards to that. Their own expert said that's reasonable, and that's the whole issue of this case. So we believe that the state has not met their burden at this point in time, even if you view the facts most favorably in light of the state, Your Honor.
Obviously, Judge, I think that if you view the facts most favorably in light of the state, we have met our burden. A couple things. This isn't a trial about whether the training's appropriate or not. It's about what he did in that car. And to just say they were trained that way so it didn't happen is clearly not the focus of this trial. So we have shown what he did in that car, regardless of what he was trained to do, and what he did was kill Donna Castleberry. And secondly, the issue of whether or not that was justified, whether it was reasonable for him to do that, is the subject of justification, which is not a proper subject for the Rule 29 motion at this point, because that's an affirmative defense that comes after our case, and this Rule 29 is simply for whether or not we've met the elements of what we have charged, and we've done that.
At this time, I would deny the Rule 29. You guys need a break, and then we need to we'll put them up about 10.
Thank you, Judge.
that away, or
I'm sorry?
if you want to throw it away, I have my trash.
There's one right here, too.
Was there?
Back on the record, 19 CR 1662, State of Ohio versus Andrew Mitchell. Do we need to put anything on the record prior to bringing in the jury?
I don't think so, Judge.
No, Your Honor.
All right, let's go get the jury. Daughter's in Spain right now. Lots from San Sebastian. And they're currently on a smoking break in Europe. What? Just told next Sunday. One of her friends has a Fulbright scholarship, and so she's teaching English over there.
All rise.
Everyone can have a seat. You can call your first witness.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. The defense calls Mr. Mitchell to the stand, as he's already there.
Mr. Mitchell, can you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear, affirm under penalty of perjury, your testimony in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Have a seat. Pull yourself up close to the microphone. And you may inquire.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Andrew Mitchell, Mitchell.
May I call you Andy?
That's fine.
Andy, I'm going to ask you to keep your voice up, okay? And if you don't understand a question, please ask me, okay?
Yeah.
Okay. How old are you, sir?
I'm 59.
Okay. Where did you grow up?
Delaware, Ohio.
Okay. Where did you go to high school?
Rutherford B. Hayes High School,
What year did you graduate from there?
1982.
Okay. Did you go to any college?
Ohio State University,
Okay. What was your major at Ohio State?
Criminal Justice,
Okay. And when did you graduate from there?
1986.
Okay. Are you married?
Yes.
Your wife's name?
Tanya.
Okay. Any children?
We have one child,
And her name?
Cameron.
And how old is Cameron?
Cameron's 7.
Okay. Where does she go to school?
Conger Elementary School.
Andy, after you graduated from Ohio State, what did you do?
After I graduated, I helped my father at his business.
Okay. What type of business was that?
He had a car washing business.
Okay. Tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury about your family.
I have one brother and I have 3 sisters. I'm the youngest, and they're all here with me today.
How about your father?
My father passed a few years back. So
And how about your mother?
my mother's still alive.
Okay. When did you start at the Columbus Police Department, Andy?
1987.
Okay. Just explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury the process for doing that.
Back in 1987, you had to take a civil service exam, score high enough to get into the academy. Then you did physical, make sure you can pass all the physical exams, which I did all. So December of '87, that's when I started the academy.
What do you mean by the academy?
The training academy, where you go and learn all your APATA training, shooting, all the laws, criminal.
So all the you're trained what use of force techniques at that point in time?
Yes, use of force is also included. We have legal classes.
When you're going through these classes into the academy, are you actually out working as a police officer?
No, you're confined into the academy for approximately 5 to 6 months.
When do you become an officer after that?
I became an officer May of 1988.
Okay. When you become a new officer, tell ladies and gentlemen of the jury what the first steps are in that situation.
You're not let go on your own. You have a field training officer. Back then, we only had 2 phases of training, so we had 2 separate field training officers. My first one was 4 weeks, and my second one was also 4 weeks.
Once that's over, are you now a patrol officer?
Yes.
Okay. How long were you a patrol officer?
Approximately 4.5 to 5 years.
What types of police actions or did you have to do while being a patrol officer? Describe that for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury.
Patrol is about everything. You do everything. You respond. You're first responder to robberies, burglaries, homicides. You also do accident reports, domestic disputes, anything patrol related.
Okay. When you're on patrol, what are you wearing?
A uniform.
Descri-
Almost police uniform, white shirt, blue pants, and your badge.
From patrol, where did you go?
1993, I went to the burglary unit, which is a part of the Detective Bureau.
What does it mean to go to the Detective Bureau, Andy?
It's just a different unit. You wear a suit and tie. You have to go through Detective Bureau training in order to become a detective.
Is Detective Bureau training different than you received for patrol training?
Yes.
Okay. How so?
You have to learn how to put a packet together. You have to learn how to interview people. You go out to scenes.
And how long were you in burglary?
I was in burglary for 6 years.
Where did you go after burglary?
After burglary, I went to the sexual abuse squad.
Okay. Were you a detective in that squad?
Yes.
Okay. Is there different training from the burglary unit to the sexual abuse squad unit?
Yes.
Okay. How long were you in the sexual abuse unit?
I was in the sexual abuse unit for like 2 years.
Okay. And where did you go from there?
From there I went to the vice unit from 2001 to 2006.
Okay. Now, when you're in the vice unit, are you still a detective?
It's not part of the Detective Bureau. Usually it's called vice officers.
Okay. And in that early period, I think you said 2002 to 2006?
2001 to 2006.
Okay. What were your duties in the vice squad at that point in time?
Mostly we did street prostitution. We also, that was the beginning of the internet prostitution, so we did a lot of that. We also did, in evening hours, we did the boot joints. We also did underage legal liquor sales, illegal liquor sales for the underage, and illegal liquor sales, period. That's about it.
And was there training when you got to the vice squad?
Yes.
Was that ongoing during the year?
Yes.
Okay. And why did you leave the vice squad? Or when did you leave the vice squad? I apologize.
I left the vice squad in about 2006. I had a partner back then, and since he was leaving, I decided to also leave, just to try something new.
Where did you go to? What squad did you go to from them?
I went right to the narcotics unit.
Okay. And were you undercover or detective in the narcotics unit?
You're a detective, but you're undercover.
Okay. When you were in the vice squad, were you undercover or were you in a uniform?
Undercover.
Okay. And from the vice squad, where did you go, sir?
I went to the missing unit.
Okay. Describe that for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury.
It was the vice, then narcotics, then the missing unit. Mostly we looked for juveniles that were missing, but we also looked for adults.
Were you ever in the homicide detective bureau?
Yes.
When was that?
I didn't go to the homicide till 2012.
Okay. And again, when you go from one squad to another, are you trained as a detective in the homicide squad?
Correct.
Okay. And how long were you in the homicide squad?
2012 to 2017.
Okay. And where did you go to from the homicide squad then?
Went right back to the vice unit in 2017.
Why did you go back to the vice unit?
Back in 2016, we adopted or began process to adopt our child. So she was about 8 months old. So my wife came to me and said, hey, you gotta give up the homicide job. It's taking too much of your time. So I decided to go into the vice unit because it was days, 8 to 4 during the day and weekends off.
Do you have that ability when you're a detective in homicide?
No. Homicide, they can call you in the middle of the night, you work holidays, you work weekends, you're always on call.
Was that a family decision to go to?
It was a family decision.
Okay. Or was it your wife's decision?
That is my wife's decision.
Okay. In terms of when, so at that point you probably have 25, 26 years in, or 27, 28 years in a CPD?
Yeah, approximately.
Okay. When you have that type of seniority, are you allowed, does it make it easier to pick and choose what shift you'd like to go to?
Oh yeah, it was pretty easy when you have that many years on to go where you want.
And who talked you into going back to Vice? Besides your wife, I'm sorry.
Okay. Daryl McKissick, who's part of the Vice unit. He was in the Vice unit for 20 years.
And so when did you go back into the Vice unit?
March of 2017.
Okay. Was the Vice unit training at March of 2017 different from what you received in 2001 to 2005?
Yes, it was.
How so?
They wanted more accountability of the detectives out on the street. So what they had us do was, we had a city cell phone. So anytime we came encounter with a person, we got to hit the record button and put the cell phone safely away.
When you say a person, you mean a potential suspect or a potential person to arrest?
Yes,
Okay.
a prostitute.
Okay. And that wasn't the case back in 2001 to 2006?
No.
Okay. So in 2018, in the Vice unit, were you part of a team?
Yes.
Who's on that team?
We had about 7, 8 individuals. We had Laura Evans, Brian Key, Jim Mathias, Daryl McKissick, myself, and Rick Stevens.
Okay. So back in 2018 in the Vice unit, walk the ladies and gentlemen through what a general day was like, if there is such a thing called a general day.
General day, we would usually start out at the office. The sergeant would tell us what's going on for the day. If you had any complaints, we would go through the complaints and work them. Or if we were going to do a street reversal, or Laura or any other females would go out and try to pick up the Johns. Every day was different. Some days we could start out on the street, radio Sarge, say, hey, we're out here on the street, Sarge. This is where we'll be. He'll okay it, and we'll go to work.
Who was your sergeant back in 2018?
Mike Evans.
Okay. And you mentioned the term complaints. When you got to work at 8 a.m. or you dealt with complaints, what does that mean? Explain that.
The sergeant would get several complaints that were called in, and it would get sent to him through email. Work this area because this person complained about a lot of prostitutes working this corner during a certain time of the day. Or, hey, my neighbor seems to have a lot of women coming in and out. Can you look into it? Complaints like that.
So each time you go to an office, fair to say, you may be going to a different part of the town.
Exactly.
The city of Columbus, I'm sorry.
Right.
So you don't know that ahead of time?
No.
Okay. When you were a patrol officer, did you come into contact with people who were non-compliant?
Yes, I did.
What would you do when they were resisting arrest?
When they're actually resisting, we do everything possible to get them handcuffed.
Is that based on your training?
Yes.
Why do you want to get them handcuffed?
To get them handcuffed is to get control of that person, and the best way to do is to get them handcuffed.
How does that relate to the individual safety or your safety?
No, it's safety for myself and for safety of the other person.
Okay. When you were vice officer, you had the lawful elements for an arrest, would you have people that were non-compliant in those situations?
Numerous times.
What would you do in that situation, in general?
You try to de-escalate the problem, try to make them not as nervous. Everything's gonna be okay. If you don't have any warrants, you may not go to jail because we could summon you.
You mentioned the term warrant. What's a 50 mean?
50 means a warrant check.
Okay. And back in 2018, did you have discretion on a misdemeanor whether to summon somebody to court or whether to take them into custody?
If they had a warrant on, they did have to go to jail. So if they didn't have a warrant on them, we could just summons them.
Explain what summons means for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury.
Summons is it's just a court date, 7 to 12 days in advance, and we'd ask them, hey, could you make it on this date? And they would agree, and they'd have that ticket.
Was that paperwork filled out right there?
Yes.
Okay. What did you do with that paperwork then?
Send it into headquarters.
Did you give the person you just charged the paperwork?
They get a copy of it.
Was the date of their court appearance on that?
Yes.
So all that you would have to do by yourself?
Right.
Okay. And when you're working in a team back in 2018, it's a team in an area, right?
Right.
How do you communicate?
Back then, it was easiest just to, we all had cell phones, so it was best if we just made put on a thread. So it'd just be between 5 or 6 of us, whoever's working that day.
Why would you not, so it's a team, but you're all in your own individual cars.
Yes, we all had our own undercover cars.
When you're doing, engaging to try to charge people with prostitution or charge people in those types of situations, are you by yourself?
Yes.
Okay. And what happens if somebody becomes non-compliant based on your training? What are you supposed to do?
We're supposed to arrest them.
Okay. How about in terms of notifying the group?
Usually, a typical arrest, you'd have your partner, and they'd be 1 or 2 blocks away, and you want to get your elements for arrest, and then drive towards your partner to help you with the arrest.
When you're working undercover, Andy, what's the general goal in that? Are you playing a role?
Yes.
Describe that.
When you're in Vice, you want to fit in with the neighborhood, so you wear jeans, t-shirt. Sometimes I wore pants with paint on it, and I pretended as though I was a contractor. You just want to be a blue-collar worker for the area that you're in and try to fit into the society.
Were you ever put through a cop test by a potential prostitute?
Yes.
What does that mean?
The cop test is the female may think you're a police officer, so she's going to say, "Hey, you're the police," and I'll say, "No, I'm not." She goes, "Well, touch my breasts." Well, by policy, we can't go underneath the shirt. We are allowed to do on top of her clothing.
So there would be were there physical actions by the female towards you to try to determine if you're a police officer?
Yeah, she would also want to try to grab you, so we were allowed to have them just touch our outer area of our clothes, but we never let them to go inside.
What does decop your car mean?
Decopping the car is making sure you don't have your handcuffs out or your badge or your police ID. Make sure your walkie-talkie's underneath your seat. Make sure everything's put away so you won't be discovered you're a police officer.
Back in 2018, was it a requirement when you were undercover to have your badge?
No, it wasn't.
What was your general procedures?
When I did have my badge, I usually would put it in the trunk. I would keep it in my pants, keep it in the door, hidden away from where the girl will not see the badge.
How about a walkie-talkie?
Usually a walkie-talkie stayed in the trunk because it's big, it's bulky, it slides out. If you forget to turn it down, and it's happened before where the walkie came on and people were talking and discovered that you are the police officer.
What happened? What type of paperwork or what type of paperwork would you need to keep in the car in order to charge someone and summons them or take them to custody?
Just the affidavits, which is the warrant, and the U-10-100.
Okay. Would you also have your ID?
Yes.
And describe for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what that ID is.
It's a Columbus Police ID, which clearly states Columbus Division of Police, and it has my picture. I'm in my uniform. And it has my name and my badge on it.
When you go to an area in general, what are you trying to do, or what are you looking for in terms of, it's a bad question, I'm sorry. When, after you meet, in general, the sergeant says, we're gonna go work this area, what does that mean, and what are you looking for at that point in time?
Usually like for working females, they can be dressed any way possible. They can be dressed real nice, they can be dressed shorts and t-shirt. You kind of know when you're gonna see a prostitute because they kind of stare you down. They always look at passing vehicles, smile, they wave, they flag you down. Or a lot of them are really discreet and like move their head like, meet me around the corner in the back alley.
Okay. And what is the goal at that point in time?
The goal is to pick them up and arrest them for prostitution.
Okay. And in order to charge someone or arrest them, what do you need?
Probable cause.
Of the elements of the offense?
Yes, it's
Okay.
the bare minimum to arrest somebody.
When you engage with a person in that situation, why are you putting on the cell phone?
To record the device for court proceedings.
I may approach a witness, Your Honor.
You may.
I'm handing you what's been marked by the state as the state's exhibit R1. Take a look at that and tell the ladies and the jury what that is.
That is my Columbus Police ID.
Okay. That ID, is that just an ID?
No, it can get us into buildings also.
Okay. So you have to swipe it as well?
Yes,
There's a code and stuff on the back?
yes,
Okay. Is that a fair and accurate copy? Well, is that the original one?
yes.
Okay. Permission to publish, Your
You
Honor?
may.
Okay. So on that, can you see that on your monitor, Andy?
Yes.
Okay. So on that, how are you dressed?
Police uniform,
Okay. And it says sworn underneath?
yes.
Okay. And when you are undercover, are you wearing that?
No.
Okay. And then the lower right, what is it, the lower right there?
Picture of the badge,
Okay. And it has an issue date and everything like that, correct?
yes.
Okay. So that's what you had that day with you,
Yes.
correct? Okay. Now, on August 23rd of 2018, did you have your badge when you went to work?
No, I did not.
Where was it?
I left it in my personal car, parked at the substation.
Was that something you did often?
Park at the substation?
No, leave your badge in the car?
No.
Had you forgotten it that day?
That day, I had a special duty job at the grocery store right after my 8 to 4, and my badge was on this shirt. I forgot to take the badge off my shirt and put it in my pocket.
Was that a normal thing you had forgot, or was that you didn't forget it very often?
I hardly never forgot my badge.
Let's now turn to August 23rd of 2018, okay? Tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury how you start your day.
That day started out about 8 a.m. That day we had firearms, so the people in our group decided to meet at Tim Hortons, have our coffee and donuts. So we met there about 8 o'clock, and then from there we decided to go to the fire range.
Okay. And who's we?
The people I mentioned in our unit, you want to name their names again?
No, that's okay. So how often do you go to the fire range?
We go 5 times a year.
Okay. And what was the concept that you were going over on August 23rd, 2018?
It was it's called a decision course.
When you're out there, is it just a course, or is it a combination of classroom and course?
We start out in the classroom just to make sure our firearms are safe, and the instructor goes over safety precautions on the firearms.
Is that what we've been talking about as a decision course?
Yes,
Shoot or don't shoot?
Yes.
Okay. When you go through that course, what are you trying to determine, Andy?
It's a course where you shoot, don't shoot, are indeterminate. You make that decision.
Is it based on what you perceive?
Yes.
Okay. So if you perceive someone, are you looking to see whether or not someone's a threat?
Yes.
Is that based on your training?
Yes.
Okay. And so you're visually walking through a course and what a target pops out, or describe how it happens?
An officer's behind you, keeps his hand on your shoulder to make sure he doesn't get hurt, and he guides you around the range, and the posters or target will edge. So they're edged first, and then they turn sideways so you can see the full picture. It could be a lady carrying groceries, but she has her cell phone out, like it may be a weapon, but it's just held out like this, and you gotta make sure, hey, that's a safe target, and don't shoot. Or it may be somebody, when the target turns, it may be somebody with a gun from the UDF pointing it at you, and that's a target to shoot.
And these are all facing forward, correct?
Yes.
Is there training off to one side or the other?
There's this one training officer, is that what you said?
I'm sorry. Do targets pop out from the right or from the left, like
No,
peripherally?
they're in front of you.
Okay. And do targets pop out from behind you?
No.
Okay. And you actually have someone with a hand on your shoulder, correct?
Yes.
And why is that?
Just for safety purposes, so don't hurt yourself or him.
And is it fair to say do they want you to be able to shoot in all different directions?
Correct. They don't want you to turn around and shoot, that's for sure.
Only straight?
Only straight.
Okay. Now, when you perceive a threat, based on your training, what are you trained to do?
Shoot till the target edges.
Okay. When you see a threat, is there a number of shots that they train you to do?
They say shoot as much as you can within the time that the target faces.
And if, in that scenario, is the target a threat as long as it faces you?
Yes.
Okay. And you're trying to stop the threat?
Correct.
All right. When you're at the firearms training, do you train with, what hand do you train with?
We train with both hands.
Like, describe for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what you mean.
The majority of our courses are with your dominant hand. I'm right, so you train with your right. And at the very end, they'll say, hey, let's train with our left. Not very many shots, but we do left-handed shots.
Okay. What happened, do you ever train with both hands?
Yes.
Holding the gun at the same time?
You can do it with both hands, and you can do it with one hand. They do both ways.
What are you wearing at that point in time on your ears?
Headphones.
Why?
It's very loud, echoey. You can lose your hearing with the gunshots.
What types of headphones?
You can put those small sponges in your ears and then put the headphone over it, or you can just put the sponge in your ears.
When that's over, what happens, what does the group do?
During that day, only one person could shoot at a time, so it took a lot of time. I was the last one to shoot, so when I came out, everybody was finishing up, cleaning up their guns, and we all got together and said, hey, what are we gonna do? We're gonna go to lunch, or are we gonna hit the west side?
What was the decision?
We all decided to hit the west side and go from there.
What do you do at that point in time?
I still had to clean my gun, so I was there for another 15 minutes, 20 minutes. And I told them, hey, I'll meet you when I get out there.
What happens next, Andy?
The time was about 11 a.m. I got on the text, and hey, anybody out here? About 11:10, I believe it was.
May I approach a witness, Your Honor? I'm handing you what's been marked previously by the state as stage Q. Okay? Can you take a look at that?
Okay, I got it.
Does that appear to be a fair and accurate copy of the text chain?
Yes.
Okay. And the timeline, so the jury knows, starts from the last page, okay? So, I'm sorry, Courtney. So on this Exhibit Q, when I'm pointing to item 7, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So when the subject says no subject, but says anybody out here, who sent that?
That's me.
Okay, what do you mean when you sent that?
As you see off to the left is the thread of the people that were there that day. So I made sure somebody was out there on the west side.
Okay, did you eventually get a response?
Approximately 20 minutes later, I did.
Okay, and someone says, yep, D at the library with 1.
Yes.
That, you received that one, correct?
Yes.
What does that mean to you?
D, which is Daryl, he's on the left-hand side. He had an arrest, and Laura Evans was the one assisting him.
Okay, what does the library mean?
The library is just a code name for Powell and Sullivan. It's a big parking lot where we could set up and bring our girls back and make our arrest.
How far is the library from Yale and Bellows?
Oh, it's about a good 5-minute drive.
When I use the term the bottoms, tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what I mean.
The bottom is the near west side. There's the hilltop, which is actually on the hill, and the bottom is at the bottom of the hill.
And that's the area the team was working?
Yes.
Okay. And when did you first come into contact with Ms. Castleberry?
When I first got down there, I had to go through the bottoms before I got to the hilltop. So I knew Daryl and Laura was up on the hilltop. I didn't know where anybody else was because nobody else responded, but they're supposed to be on the west side, so I decided to start looking at the west side. At first, I was on Central Avenue, and I continued eastbound Sullivan towards downtown, looking around for any females walking, but at that time, there wasn't any.
And I think you said this was maybe around 11:15, or?
Approximately 11. Right after I talked to Laura, she responded. It's about 11:20.
Okay. And what happens next, Andy?
So I kept going eastbound. I usually go all the way down to Avondale. Didn't see anything. It was pretty dead out. So I was thinking to myself, well, I'll just go up and meet Daryl and Laura. So I turned around on the block of Avondale, came back up Sullivan, past Glenwood, went under the viaduct, and off to the left. That's where I saw Donna Castleberry.
Describe for ladies and gentlemen of the jury what you saw.
Donna was approaching an older red pickup. He was heading eastbound on Sullivan. He was slowing down, and it looked like Miss Castleberry was having communication with them. She was approaching the passenger door. But also, as I was passing, she saw me, so she also waved and smiled.
What did you interpret based on your training and experience in the Vice Squad of what she was doing with the pickup truck and then what she was doing with you?
Well, I figured she was a working girl. Like I said, that's one of their indications, is a wave, a smile. That's what she was doing. I figured she was going to go get in this pickup truck. So what I decided, I said, well, I'll head down Princeton and park in the back alley, see if she gets in the pickup or not.
Could you see from that area whether or not she was, from where you parked, could you see where she was in the pickup truck?
Yes. I took a left on Princeton, and then I took the first left in the alley. West Park was the next street over. I could look past West Park into the alley down the way, about a half block, and I could see she was talking to the gentleman in the pickup truck.
Now, you mentioned her name and Ms. Castleberry. Had you known her at that point in time?
No, I did not know her name at that
So
point.
you know that because of after the fact?
Yes.
Okay. And so once you're parked and you see it, what happens next, Andy?
I thought for sure she was going to get in the pickup truck, so I really wasn't prepared for her to get into my vehicle.
What do you mean prepared?
I didn't have all my stuff put away, my paperwork, my ID, my cell phone, my city cell phone, and my personal cell phone. It was all out. Was her contact with the pickup truck done? Yes.
What did you observe her do next?
And then she started walking towards me, and I'm thinking to myself, oh, I don't have enough time to get on my personal cell phone to say, hey, I want to pick one up at West Park and Sullivan. So I quickly put my personal cell phone away.
What did you do with the city cell phone?
City cell phone, we had to record the incident, so I was able to do that. Quickly took the city cell phone out of the pocket of the door where I keep the city cell phone. It was easily just hit the record button and placed it right back into the door.
How about your ID?
My ID was already inside my pocket.
Okay. You're the Columbus ID?
Yes.
Okay. And when you turn on the tape, what is the purpose, or what role are you playing now with regards to Ms. Castleberry?
My role I was playing was just a regular John out there trying to pick up a prostitute.
Do you have props in your car that go along with that role?
Yes, I do.
What types?
I have construction supplies, a tool bag. You may have seen it on the video. It's my tool bag. Because women would ask, hey, what do you do for a living? I mean, they'll look around your car and say, hey, what's that? So I always had some props to show them.
And when the tape recording's on, does she get into the car?
Yes, she comes up to the passenger window. I roll it down. I believe she immediately got in. Usually they want to chit chat while they stand outside the window, but she knew what was up. So
When she got into the car, what did she have in her hands?
she was carrying a large purse.
Did you ask her to place her seatbelt on?
Yes.
Why?
If we have the scene, if she don't put her seatbelt on, the buzzing, the bing, bing, bing would continue to sound off. So I told her to put my seatbelt on so we could hear the recording.
And did you see a knife in her hands when she got into the car?
No.
Okay. Was your seatbelt on?
Yes.
Okay. So the conversation starts, where do you determine to go from there?
Right now, we're at the corner of West Park and Sullivan at the stop sign. 90% of our takedowns are at what we call the club. The club was at Princeton and Union, which is just one block over and one block south. So I'm thinking to myself, great, I don't have a lot of time. I really don't have nobody too close. I didn't want to take her there because I wanted to get my elements, and the block was too quick, so I didn't take her over there.
Who directed you where to go?
She wanted me to take a right anyway. She goes, well, I got a spot, take a right. I'm thinking to myself, okay, I'll see where she's taking me. I'll make sure I don't get too far away or out of the area.
So did you know the area where she was taking you?
At that time, I did not know where she was taking me.
Okay. What's going on? Is the tape recording of what the prosecutors played, is that the conversation between the two of you while you're driving?
Yes.
Okay. What happens when you get to the area? Why, do you know why or did she express to you why she chose that area?
I just figured she knows the area and she won't be as nervous.
No personal knowledge.
Overruled.
Did she convey to you why she wanted to go to that area?
At some point she did. Later on in the
What did she say?
When we got to the location, she pointed out that's where she gets her dope.
Okay. And did she tell you where to go?
Yes.
Okay. When you got there, what happened?
Well, on the way over there, we had negotiated the price.
What does that mean for ladies and gentlemen jury?
I told her I wanted head, and she gave me a price of what she charges.
And what was your response to that?
She said $20, and I said cheap, and she goes, well, $30 then, and I said expensive.
Why did you say cheap when she said $20?
I was just making a comment, just trying to fit in. And we settled on $25.
Okay. What does that mean to you when you say I want a sexual act and you settle on a price? Do you then have the elements to a lawful arrest?
Yes. In Vice, we charge two charges mostly, it's loitering We can charge a loitering charge if they just get into the car, or we can charge a soliciting. We charge soliciting when they name an act and name a price.
So do you have the elements while you're driving?
Yes.
When you get to the area, what goes through your mind in terms of where you're going to park?
Well, when we get to the area, I knew I had my elements. She wanted to go behind the building, where she said that's where she scores dope. I wanted to stay out in the front of the building, out into the public. I was passing a line of gas meters in the corner of the building. So at this time, I said, I'll just park right here and block her in so she doesn't run out on me.
Why did you do that, Andy?
90% of these women will run from us. So me being 55 at the time, she's 20-something, I wouldn't be able to catch her. So that's basically why.
Are you trained to do that?
Yes, it's
A training, a technique of containment?
yes, it's part of the technique that the vice officers use.
And is that, is that for a purpose as well of safety to both you and to her?
Yes.
Okay. And child locks. Tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, so this isn't your personal car, correct?
No, it's a city-issued car.
And does it have child locks?
Yes.
Okay. What was your memory, or how did you treat the child locks?
To tell you the truth, I never even thought about the child locks. I knew they were always on. I never took them off.
So you have the elements, now you're parked up to the car, what do you do next?
Identify myself. I said, Columbus Police, you're under arrest for soliciting.
What was her reaction?
Police? Like, she didn't believe me.
Okay. So at first, did you believe that she didn't believe you?
Yeah, a lot of girls out there were undercover. They don't believe, even if we show them a badge or personal police ID, they still don't believe you. But I did show her my photo ID. I said, I am the police. You are under arrest.
Have you had that same situation happen before?
Yes.
Okay. So it's not uncommon for them not to believe you.
Yes, correct.
What steps did you then take to try to show her that you were a police officer?
Well, I told her, I said, hey, I'll text my partner. I'll let them know so they can come down there. And I'm sure they had their badge and their ID to prove that I was a police officer. So I was going to text the group text, come down this area.
Were you able to do that?
Yes.
Okay. And when you texted that, how did you know what street you were at?
I knew I was Bellows. For some reason, I did remember Bellows, but I just couldn't remember Yale, which is a popular street down there. At the time, I couldn't remember where I was.
Okay. Did she give you the cross streets?
Yeah, she said Yale, so then I knew I was at Yale and Bellows.
Okay. So so this on the Exhibit Q, somebody come to take and Bellows, please, right?
Right.
That's your text, correct?
Yes.
What did you mean by take?
I just misspelled it, or I don't know. Sometimes it automatically puts a name in there and you hit it and it stays, and I guess that's what happened.
Okay. And then Graz?
I have no idea.
Okay. Now, and this one, is that you, Bellows and Yale?
Yes,
Doesn't believe I'm a cop.
correct,
Right. So at that point in time, you're telling people she doesn't believe I'm a cop.
correct.
Do you do that so that they then come to you?
I was hoping they'd see that and get down there faster.
So is the purpose to draw the attention to them to come?
Yes,
If you were not involved in an arrest of someone and you got that and you weren't occupied with someone, would you go to that area, to
Yes.
where the person was?
as fast as I could.
Okay. What other steps did you take to try to convince her that you were a police officer?
She wanted to see more, so on the chain that Mr. Collins showed me, I had my handcuff key. So along there, I showed her my handcuff key. I showed her my handcuffs. Of course, she says, oh, anybody can get handcuff keys. So I said, yeah. Well, let me show you my affidavits that I got from the municipal court.
What's an affidavit?
It's basically the arrest warrant.
Did you show her a U-10-100?
Yes, we also have a U-10-100, which is our basic arrest form.
And the prosecution already admitted this. Is that a fair and well, that is the U-10-100 that you showed her, correct?
Yes, that's the one I showed her.
Okay. Was there talk about you're the police, and if you don't have, what did you say why did you tell her that you were a police officer, number one?
Because I was going to arrest her.
Is that based on training?
Yes.
Okay. And at some point, was there a question came up about warrants? What did you tell her about warrants?
I asked her about a 50 check. If she had any warrants, 50 check. I told her, you know the lingo. She didn't respond.
Did you ask her at any point, did she have any weapons?
Yes.
Did she respond to you?
No.
Why did you ask her if she had any weapons?
Because usually when we run across prostitutes or anybody, they sometimes had a knife on them or any type of weapon.
What did you tell her? Hey, did you tell her, hey, if you don't have any warrants, I'm not going to arrest you?
Yeah, I told her, I said, hey, if you don't have any warrants, I'll let you go.
You still give a summons, but you let them physically go.
Right, and write them a court date with the charge, and time to show up at court.
Why did you ask her, after all of that you did during that process, why did you ask her, do you still don't believe I'm a police officer?
Because she kind of had to look like, maybe you are a police officer, maybe you're not. So I said, you still don't believe I'm a police officer? And she said, I didn't say that.
What did you believe at that point in time, Mr. Mitchell, about that statement?
With that statement, I believed that she knew I was a police officer. She said, I didn't say that you weren't. So I proceeded to try to arrest her.
Did you tell her in advance that you were going to handcuff her?
Yes.
Was she compliant?
No.
Was she verbally compliant?
No, she never agreed to being handcuffed.
Why did you then, you hear on the audio, you said, fuck it, I'm going to handcuff you.
Correct.
What was going through your mind at that point in time?
Well, that's after the gentleman came out of the building.
I apologize. So while you're talking with her, trying to convince her you're a police officer, a person walks by.
Correct.
What happens with that situation?
I was sitting there, still texting. She's still there talking like, you're not a police officer, this and that. And a gentleman comes out of the building off to our right, carrying a large item. At the time, I couldn't see what it was, but he was heading for the dumpster. She rolled her window down and started yelling out the window.
Okay. And based on that, did the gentleman come closer to you?
After he put away his, I think it was a microwave in the dumpster, he came back and stopped outside.
What did you say to him?
I wasn't saying anything at the point. She was the one yelling everything out the window.
Did you acknowledge him?
Yes.
What did you do physically to show him that you were a police officer?
She was yelling out the window, he's not the police, he's trapping me in this car, he's trying to kidnap me. She's saying all these things. Call 911, and I'm yelling out, I am the police. And I thought it was loud enough for him to hear, but I also grabbed my police ID. I put it up towards the back window because he was looking in the window, and basically he looked at it and kind of agreed that she's talking a lot of baloney. I'm going back into the building.
So do you know where he went from there?
Back into the building.
Okay, so physically, you're saying you turned towards the right back of the thing and held your ID up there?
Correct.
Okay. What happens next?
She begins to get more violent. Her voice starts to escalate. I arrested over 500 females for prostitution. I knew it was coming. I knew there was getting ready to be a physical altercation.
Why did you say, fuck it, I'm going to handcuff you?
Basically, I had enough. I was fed up. I'm tired of reasoning with her. I showed her everything I could that I had to possibly show that I was a police officer. I asked her the right questions. I believe she thought I was a police officer.
What did you do? Did you then try to handcuff her?
Yes, I did. That's when I brought my cuffs that were underneath my left leg, which they were always there. That's where I keep them. And I brought the cuffs out to arrest her.
Okay. If you would face, may I approach the witness, Your Honor? If you would have faced, just kind of swivel a little bit that way. So Ms. Castleberry is, for the record, seated as you're facing to your right, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So describe to ladies and gentlemen of the jury how you did with your hands. What did you do?
I grabbed both her hands like this,
Why do you grab both hands?
and I have my handcuffs with me to control, so she doesn't sucker punch me. I wanted to control both hands.
Okay, so you grab both hands.
Correct.
Grab on. What happens at that point, Andy?
She started pulling, arguing, fussing with my hands and pushing away, resisting arrest, basically.
Is that a sign of resisting arrest?
Yes.
Is that a sign of noncompliance?
Yes.
Is she verbally telling you that she's not going to comply?
Yes, she's saying, keep your hands off me, don't touch me, basically. Don't touch me.
Do you know if at this point in time, when you grabbed her hands, if her seatbelt is on or off?
She did unbuckle. I do remember her unbuckling the seatbelt before she started yelling out the window at the gentleman that passed by.
Were you aware that she had thrown the handcuffs out the window at some point?
No, I wasn't.
Okay. At this point in time, while you're grabbing her hands, what do you perceive about her actions?
I was trying to make control, because I didn't want her to reach for any weapons. I didn't want her to punch me. I didn't want her to scratch me. I was just basically trying to control her hands so I could put the handcuffs on her.
Anything she doing led you to believe that she was being compliant?
No, nothing whatsoever. She's kicking her legs, banging on the dash. I mean, she did everything possible to try to get away from my grasp.
May I approach the witness? When you have her hands, so did you, grab my hands, face this way. When you have those hands, at any point, did she break free?
She had to break free.
Okay. What happens next? What do you realize happens, Mr. Mitchell?
Well, I'm kind of mad at myself because I never seen it, but somehow she was able to grab a knife and cut me.
What do you mean by cut you? Where did you get cut, for ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
I got cut from the tip of my thumb all the way down to my wrist.
Why did you reach towards her when you tried to get control of her hands?
I was trying to arrest her. She was being non-compliant, and she was going to go to jail.
Did you see the knife at any point during that struggle?
I saw my wound first before I saw the knife. While we were struggling, I said, I couldn't believe what I was seeing because it was a pretty deep gash. I'm thinking, where in the world did that knife come from? I never saw her grab it. I never saw it in her hands at the time before I got cut.
What are you trying to do now? What's your focus of control now?
Now I'm trying to get the knife. I look at her right hand, and I see about an inch of a blade coming out of her hand. She had it cupped like this.
So describe for me where your hands are at this point in time.
I'm still struggling, trying to control her hand.
Do you have your
Both
hands on
hands.
both of her hands?
Yes, at the time I
Her
did.
arms?
Yes.
Okay. What happens next, Mr. Mitchell?
I see the knife. I'm thinking, well, at that point I wasn't too much worried about handcuffing. I was worried about her not taking the knife and bringing it up to my neck or my head.
When you see your cut, when you see the knife, do you perceive her as a threat?
A definite threat.
Do you perceive her as a threat to serious physical injury?
Yes.
Do you see her as a threat to potential death?
Yes.
What is your goal in terms of controlling her hands and the knife at that point?
At that point, I was trying to get the knife. I remember actually prying on her hands and fingers, trying to remove the knife.
Why didn't you grab you heard Mr. Patrick testify, correct?
Correct.
Why didn't you immediately grab your knife or grab your gun and shoot her at this point in time, in which he would say was justified?
At the time, we were struggling over the knife, and I didn't want to get cut again. I'd have to let go of her hands, and reach over to get my gun, by that time she could have struck me again with a knife. So
Were you trying to control her hands to get the knife?
yes,
Were you able to get the knife?
no.
What happened next, Andy?
We struggled for I don't know how long, and all of a sudden she did some type of acrobatic move where she was able to take her legs out towards my neck, and she put her back against the dash.
Where on the dash?
She was against the radio part.
Okay, so in the center of the dash?
Yes.
Okay, so not over by where the glove compartment would be?
No, she was in the middle.
Not by the steering wheel?
Correct.
Right in the middle?
Yes.
And is your seatbelt on at this point?
Yes, I was
Okay.
seatbelted in.
Had you ever lost contact with your hands and her hands at that point?
No.
Are you still trying to gain control of the knife?
Yes.
As you're trying to gain control of the knife, tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what Donna Castleberry does to you.
Well, I wasn't having much success in getting the knife, so still my main concern was not to get cut again. So I remember keeping my hands as far out as I could, just so she wouldn't be able to bring the knife up. So I was using all my energy to keep her away from my neck. Meanwhile, she was able to bring her left foot up against my throat, right about the center, and she was pressing as hard as she could.
What did you believe at that point in time?
I believe she was trying to make me go unconscious. She could eventually knife me again, so I was trying to prevent from going unconscious.
Did you perceive her as being a threat at that point?
Of course, she was a major threat at that point.
Your Honor, may I have Ms. Stevens approach the...
Yes.
If you could back up just a little bit, Mr. Mitchell. That's good. So that the ladies and gentlemen of the jury can have a better concept of this.
You're not gonna do this?
So if you would grab Ms. Stevens' hands. Okay. So you're saying at this point in time you were pushing.
Yes, I'm
And
pushing as far as way as I can
Ms.
get.
Castleberry is up against the dashboard.
Correct.
And where is her foot?
Her left foot was directly, she had it turned. Sorry.
You're okay.
And it was mainly right there on my Adam's apple.
What were you doing with your hands?
I still had them out as far as I could be.
Did you believe she still had the knife at that
Well,
point?
she definitely had the knife still in her hand.
Okay. Was she exerting the pressure on your neck, or were you?
She was exerting the pressure on my neck.
What did you believe at that point in time?
I'm thinking to myself, oh, I can get out of this. I could wiggle around, get free, and try to get the knife back.
Okay. What happened next, Andy?
As much as I tried to wiggle out, it made it worse. And she was able to get on the left side of my neck and press even harder,
Okay.
on my right side of my neck.
Thank you, Ms. Stevens. Thank you, Judge, for not having me here. At this point in time, with her foot up against your neck and her exhibiting the force and using the dashboard to go back towards you, correct?
Right.
What did you believe at that point in time, Andy?
At that point, there was a headrest, and my head was back against the headrest, so she was able to apply a lot of pressure. Like I said, as I tried to wiggle out, she was able to get to this side of my neck, which I had, I guess, one of my main arteries. And the harder she pressed, I almost went unconscious.
Had you ever gained control of the actual knife during that struggle?
Not at that point.
Did you have any idea how long that struggle was?
No, I do not.
What did it feel like right before you believed you were going to be unconscious?
I knew I was only seconds away. I was actually seeing lights. I said, I'm going to go unconscious, and she's going to cut me again.
How did you physically feel, if you remember, at that point in time?
I was very fatigued already.
Why did you decide to let go of her arms and reach for your gun, Andy?
Well, I'm thinking to myself, if I don't go for my gun, I was going to die. So what I'm thinking is I'm going to have to reach for my gun as soon as possible. I knew I was taking a risk because that would free up the knife again. But I believe I had no choice. So at that time, right before I was able to go unconscious, I went for my gun.
Did you ever lose consciousness?
No.
Okay. So at the point in time when you realize it's a bigger risk letting go of her hands.
It was a bigger risk, but I was willing to take it.
Okay. What was your belief of what she was doing to you? Was she a serious physical threat to you at that point in time?
Yes, she was.
Not just actual, but did you perceive that as well?
Yes, I did. I totally believed I was going to get stabbed again.
Okay. And so where was your gun?
My gun, I kept my gun the driver's seat, between the door and the driver's seat down in that little area.
Explain for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what happens next, Andy.
Okay. I reach for my gun. I'm still seatbelted in my seatbelt. I can't reach it. With everything happening, I was unable to reach the gun. I was still seated in my seatbelt. So with my right hand, I went ahead and unclicked the seatbelt. And I remember going up and getting the gun with my left hand.
What did you do at that point in time when you had the gun in your left hand, Andy?
I'm thinking to myself, I got to do this as fast as possible. So I brought the gun up. It was in my holster. So I unsnapped the holster, brought the gun out with my left hand, brought the gun across my chest, and I began to shoot.
When you believe that you began to shoot, so you're saying with your left hand you put it across, so you're still, you believe, facing forward?
Yes.
Where do you believe Donna Castleberry is at this point?
I can feel movement that she's going towards the back of the car.
So she came from here. Did you know she was at your side?
I believe she was at my side at the time.
Is that why you fired that way?
Yes.
Okay. What do you do next? Why did you fire a shot at that point in time?
I fired a shot so I could stop the threat to make sure she wasn't going to shoot or stab me again.
What did you believe as she got behind you?
I believe she's going to cut me in the neck, cut me in the head, do anything she wanted to do.
What happens next, Andy?
I shot 2 or 3 times across my chest this way, and my arms across here. I don't know where the bullets went. I just shot as fast as I could. And then I pivoted around to see where she was at. At that time, she was in between the seats, real close proximity, still flinging her arms, kicking her feet, yelling whatever, because with the sounds of the gun, I could not hear what she was saying.
Did you hear at any time after you fired the first shot, did you hear anything that Donna Castleberry said?
No, I did not.
What were her actions at that point in time after the first couple of shots?
She was still resisting arrest. She was still trying to inflict danger upon me. I still felt a threat.
Did you perceive her as a deadly threat?
Yes, I did.
Did you perceive her that she was that she could cause serious physical harm to you?
Yes, I did.
Had she already caused serious physical harm to you?
She already cut me once. She choked me. She's still putting up a resistance. I still believe I was in threat of my life.
Okay. And in terms of, what do you do with the gun? It moves from one hand to the other?
Yes.
What did you do then?
I continued to shoot because I still felt threatened. Every shot I took, I still felt threatened. She was still moving. She was still flinging her hands. The first time, I didn't see the knife, and I believed the knife was still in her hand when I continued to shoot.
Could you see the actual knife in her hand when you fired those other shots?
No, I could not see in her hands. It was difficult to see in her hands. We were close proximity with all the movement. It was hard to get a good view.
Was Donna Castleberry sitting still in the back seat?
No, she wasn't.
What was she doing?
Flinging her arms, kicking her feet, yelling, still wrestling. It was a still ongoing battle.
Even though you didn't see a knife, did you believe she still had the knife?
Yes, I believe she still had the knife concealed in her hand.
Why did you believe that?
Because she already caused me physical damage. I already had a cut. She just finished choking me. I was gasping for air. I was under the threat of dying.
Why did you stop shooting?
I stopped shooting because she quit moving.
Was the threat over?
The threat was over.
Each and every shot, did you attempt to reassess when shooting?
Yeah, I reassessed the whole time. The time we started fighting, until the last shot.
Was she ever not a threat to you based on your perception at that point in time?
She was a threat to me the whole time. I felt a threat the whole complete time.
All right. Is that what you believed?
That's what I believe.
Subsequently, you gave a written statement, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Subsequently, you gave an interview, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Eventually, sometime, a long time later, you realized that the car door was open, correct?
Correct.
Had you remembered the car door being open at all?
I never remember the car door being.
What was your belief of when you were in that car, whether or not the car door was open?
I believe the door was always shut.
Do you remember opening it?
No, I don't.
Obviously, you opened it, right?
Correct. Correct.
Did you believe it was open during any part of that altercation?
No, I did not.
Okay. When you see the video and you see part of your foot being out there, do you remember that occurring?
No, I do not.
Why don't you remember those things, Andy?
I was under a lot of pressure through training. It was a quick movement, muscle memory, instincts. I don't know. I just don't remember opening the door.
Were you fighting for your life?
I was fighting for my life. It was a traumatic event.
Were you fighting for survival?
Yes.
Why did you fire each time at Donna Castleberry or towards her?
I still felt a threat. Every time I fired the shot, I still felt threatened.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Okay.
I'm handing you what the marked as State's Exhibit. Is it okay if I don't hand it to him? Okay. May I publish, Your Honor?
Yes, you may.
That's Defendant's Exhibit 6, okay? What's that a picture of?
It's my picture of my right hand.
Okay. And is that what you meant where the cut started on the tip and went all the way down into your wrist?
Yes.
Okay. How many stitches did you receive from that?
34?
Okay. Was there a blood transfusion?
Yes.
Okay. Was there multiple surgeries?
There's just one surgery. The doctor did tell me that my muscle was cut underneath my palm.
How about therapy or rehab?
2 months of rehab.
Describe for ladies and gentlemen of the jury what that entailed.
Luckily, the knife wound did not hit any nerves, so that was luck. But I could not move my index finger or my thumb for about 2 months.
Do you know if you were able to do that while you were shooting towards the threat of Donna Castleberry with your right hand?
It was hard to shoot with my right hand.
In terms of, they also took pictures of your hand. Do you remember them doing that?
Yes.
Okay. And Detective Shepard testified to those, correct?
Yes.
All right. Those are other cuts that you received in this trying to lawfully arrest or trying to stop the threat, correct?
Correct.
Do you know when you received the other one?
No, I don't.
Okay. You don't know if it happened right away, or you don't know if it happened when she was in the back seat?
Correct.
Were you ever farther than an arm's length away, or when Donna Castleberry and you were in that car?
No.
Were you, when she moved to the side of you from the windshield back, what did you feel, what did you believe when she was next to you?
That she was coming towards me. She was right next to me.
Did you perceive her as a threat at that point?
Yes, I did.
When she was going behind you, what was your perception? What was your fear?
I was more fear when she got behind me because I couldn't see her actions.
Why is that, Andy?
Being behind me is a worse threat than her being in front of me where you could see. I couldn't see what she actually was doing.
Were you angry when you fired those shots, Andy?
No, I was not angry.
Did she provoke you in any way to fire those shots?
She didn't provoke me, but her actions made me fire those shots.
Did you believe that you already received a felonious assault on yourself, correct? By her.
Correct.
And it's clear. Who was the aggressor here?
She was the aggressor. She's the one that attacked me.
So you've already been slashed and you've already been choked. What was your belief if she got behind you?
I believed she was going to finish the job. That was in my mind. I was still fighting for my life.
In your 30 years at that point in time, had you ever fired a weapon on duty?
No, I have not.
Why did you say fucking nightmare, Andy?
Because it was a nightmare. The whole incident was a nightmare. I just took somebody's life. I had a severe cut to my hand. I was just choked out. I had blood. I had to have a blood transfusion. I had a surgery. It was a nightmare. Still a nightmare to this day.
When you fired the weapon, when did you decide to use deadly force when you let go of her arms?
Yes,
Why?
because that's how I was going to save my life.
When you fired the weapon, did you perceive her to be as a threat each and every time?
Yes.
Andy, that's all the questions I have for you right now. Mr. Cable will have some for you. Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize. Ms. Pritchard will.
Any cross-examination?
Mr. Mitchell, I'd like to just start by talking about some of the different opportunities you've had to give a statement. You gave a written statement back in September 2018, correct?
Yes.
And that was a typed-up, prepared statement that you provided to Sergeant Filia and Detective Shepard, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And I'm going to just show you quickly, State's Exhibit P1. Tell me if that's a copy of the written statement you provided to Sergeant Filia and Greg Shepard.
Yes, ma'am.
And did you prepare that statement?
Me and my attorney prepared the statement.
So you prepared that statement, it got sent to the Columbus Police, to Filia and Shepard, and then you went in for an interview, is that right?
Correct.
And at the time that statement was prepared, you had not seen the you had not heard the audio or seen the video.
Correct.
And in that statement, well, first of all, Filia and Shepard were part of the investigation in this case, right?
Yes.
So people you'd worked for years, you gave your interview to.
Yes.
And in your written statement, you told Filia and Shepard, or whoever was reading that the suspect started to get increasingly agitated and started saying things like, I was a rapist, going around killing prostitutes, or something. Do you remember that?
Yes.
You said, I tried to calm her down, and I believe I told her a marked cruiser could come arrest her. Did
Yes.
you write that?
If that's what's in there, yes.
Okay. Did you ever say, I'll call a marked cruiser to come?
If that's what's written in my statement, yes.
Did you hear that on the audio later?
No.
And you indicated in that statement she continued to get increasingly upset, and at some point a male black came outside.
Yes.
You said in that statement you told the man to call 911. But that wasn't true, right?
After listening to the audio, no, I did not say that.
You said she was kicking the dash and hitting the windows, and you grabbed her wrists, and she continued to be combative. Do you remember that?
Yes.
You said, I believe I told her I was going to have to handcuff her since she was getting physical. Do you remember that?
Yes.
So in that statement, you're saying she was already getting very crazy and you were going to cuff her before she even yelled out to that gentleman.
I can't remember at that time when she was being combative or aggressive, but through her voice, before he came out, I could tell she was getting upset, but not to the quite extreme.
So her voice was getting agitated, and that's when you decided to cuff her.
In the back of my mind, I'm thinking I'm going to have to cuff her, but I didn't cuff her at that time.
Okay. Well, you said I grabbed my cuff under my leg, and that's when you lifted your hand, your right hand to try to cuff her, and noticed a large gash on your hand.
Yes.
Does that sound right?
Yes.
Okay. You told Filia that you fired 2 to 3 shots with your left hand and your backdrop was the building and the passenger compartment. Do you remember that?
Yes.
So you told Pilia you fired directly across your body into the front passenger compartment. Is that right?
That's what I believed at the time.
Okay. And then you had an opportunity, they gave you an opportunity with your lawyer to go see the video.
No, we heard the audio.
You heard the audio first.
Never saw the video.
Okay. Did they ask you about the video and the door being open?
They never mentioned the video. And I'm not quite sure if he mentioned if the door was open, but I never mentioned the door being open during the interview.
Well, let me slow it down a little bit then. You remember listening to the audio,
Yes.
and then you had an opportunity to clarify your statement and recall anything that just came to mind at that point, right?
Right.
And then I believe so you don't recall seeing the building video when you met with Pilia and Shepard?
I never saw the video. The first time I saw the video was at the grand jury.
I'm going to show you. Approach with State's Exhibit P4. This is entitled Formal Statement of Involved Officer. It says Sergeant Pilia, Greg Shepard, Nicole Wanamaker, Counsel for Mitchell. Does this look like a familiar document?
Yes.
Have you seen this? Okay. I want to refer you to page, oh, there are no pages. The second to the last page, and it says, we'll look together here, we're back on the record. We have just listened to the audio recording that you recorded as part of the arrest, and we also watched the surveillance video from the building. Is there anything that you would like to state after having listened and viewed those? And you say, do I need to say what we talked about? And your lawyer said, I would state the things about the time just so it's on the record. Does that imply you watched the building video?
It says I watched it, but I did not watch it.
Okay.
There was no video equipment in the headquarters to watch the video.
Do you recall talking about, or Pilia asking you to explain why the door was open?
He may have seen the video, but I never seen the video. Maybe because he may have heard it, but I don't even recall him saying anything about the door being open.
Okay. Were you asked to comment about going back into the car? Your lawyer says, and about the going back into the car, and you said, oh, going back into the car, I was just checking on her. I was checking to see where the knife was, making sure she couldn't do any more harm to me.
Correct.
So, but you hadn't seen the video, you were just commenting on going back into the car?
Yeah, I remember going back into the car.
Fair enough. So then you're saying you finally saw video of this for the first time in 2019,
Right.
when you came to that hearing.
Because I specifically remember Mr. O'Brien stating, was the door open or shut? And I said it was shut.
Okay.
And then he continued to talk, but then he goes, you're gonna be surprised if the door was open? I said, I don't believe it was open. So then they played the video, and my stomach kind of turned because I saw the door open. And it surprised me because I didn't realize the door ever opened.
Okay, we'll get back to that. Let me finish up with the first statement and first interview. Do you recall Sergeant Pilia saying, why didn't you take her to the library where the others were? And you said the other precinct gets upset if you take them there.
That's correct.
You didn't say, I didn't want to scare her and she was directing me, did you?
I believe he was talking about after the arrest was done, or it wasn't in my mind to take her to another precinct to meet the other officers, is what I was thinking.
Well, he specifically asked you, why didn't you take Donna Castleberry to the library?
And what was my response?
And your response was, the other precinct gets upset if you take her there. I can find it if you'd like.
I was thinking he was,
The question's asked.
I'm sorry?
He was responding to no question.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Ann. So, do you also recall talking to Sergeant Pilia about the cuts on your hand?
yes,
And do you recall telling him that you had a small cut on your left index finger from fighting with her, from the struggle with the knife, and that she got you slightly in addition to the other big gash?
yes,
And that you had no other cuts?
correct.
So you told Sergeant Pilia at that time, all of your cuts happened in the front seat during the struggle, didn't you?
If that's what I said.
Okay. And when you were interviewed by Sergeant Pilia, do you remember telling him you didn't know which leg was pressed up against your neck during this choking incident?
At the time, I did not know if that's what I said in my statement.
Okay. Has that come back to you since, that information?
Just going over things with my lawyers and remembering what happened, it was determined it was her left foot.
Do you remember it being her left foot?
No, at the time, I didn't remember it was her left foot or her right foot.
So the demonstration Miss Caitlin did with her left foot, maybe it wasn't her left foot after all, was it?
Well, it was her left foot because that's the DNA was found on her left foot.
So that's why you say it's the left foot, to match the evidence?
Because that's what it was.
Well, you just told us you don't know which foot.
At the time, I didn't know which foot it was. It was a foot.
Now you're making the assumption it was the left foot because there was DNA on it. Is that what you're saying?
It's not an assumption. It's a fact that the DNA was on her left foot.
Well, she was kicking you this whole time, wasn't she? Struggling, fighting, kicking, right?
Yes, yes,
Kicking with her feet, the bottom of her shoe against you, right?
yes.
That would transfer DNA, wouldn't it?
If it's on there long enough, yes.
There's no such thing as neck DNA. It's specific to the neck to determine that's where it came from, isn't there?
Well, there is neck DNA. It could be sweat, could be blood. DNA can come from anywhere.
That's true. But we can't tell that the DNA, if it came from your leg when she kicked you, your hand, or your neck, right?
So you say it's possible, but I believe it came from my neck.
Did you find that? Okay. You said that, and you told Pilia this as well, that right when you decided to release her hands, you decided, I'm going to do it as quick as I can. And that's what I did. You remember that?
Yes,
So as soon as you let go of her hands, you made the decision then to shoot, right?
yes.
You didn't make the decision to take an opportunity as the circumstances changed and she went to the back to turn around and reassess, did you?
I knew that whatever action she was going to do, it would be very fast, within seconds, and that's why I decided I was going to shoot.
You did not reassess the situation in those seconds from releasing her hands to the time she started moving to the rear seat, did you?
I reassessed the situation because she already had cut me. She was in the process of choking me seconds before. I felt danger, and that's why I shot. I did not want her to cut me again.
Yet you didn't know where the knife was.
The knife was still in her hand when I released it.
You hadn't been cut the entire time you undid your seatbelt, opened the door, reached for your holster, brought it to your chest, right?
Yeah.
Unsnapped the holster, pulled the gun from the holster, and then turned, right?
Yes.
You had already decided to shoot before any of that happened.
Yes.
Your decision to shoot her happened when she was in the front, right? When you let go. She
When I
was
let go.
still in the front?
Yes.
So you decided you were shooting her then, and then she ended up in the back, didn't she?
Yes, but she still had the knife on her while she was going towards the back.
Did you see the knife?
No.
Okay. And you indicated, you told Pilia and you said in your statement, you were trapped in your seat. You were in your seat during the entire shooting with the door closed, right?
Yes.
And that you had to kind of turn and try to pivot and fire from being in a seated position, right?
Right.
But in fact, after seeing the video, you realized that wasn't true.
What
Right.
wasn't true?
That you had opened the door.
Yeah.
You had made way to somewhat stick body parts out, pivot and turn and look towards the back, right?
Yeah, but I don't remember that.
Okay. But there's
There's video
objective
proof.
evidence it happened, right?
Yes, there's video proof that I did open the door. I just don't remember during that interview, and even today, I still don't remember opening the door. I remember going as far to my left as I could. I wasn't seeing her actions. I was going like this, so I didn't know what she was doing at that point.
While you were firing, you were going like this?
The first 2 or 3 shots, yes.
So you weren't even looking at the object in the
It
threat,
wasn't
were
I
you?
was looking, I was trying to get as far away as I could so she couldn't take the knife to my neck or head.
Well, did you even know where she was in the car?
Yes, I knew she was beside me, heading towards the back.
Or was she already in the back?
To me, she was beside me.
And you're aware that the forensic evidence showed all the shots were front seat to back seat, right?
Yes,
In 2019, you gave testimony under oath, right?
at the grand jury,
Correct.
yes.
And do you recall testifying, just regarding the incident, that your backup was about 5 to 6 minutes away?
Yes,
You were trying to calm Donna down, and you said you'd call 911.
I believed I said call 911, but I did not.
Okay. You said then that you shot across your body, the same as you said in your initial statement, right?
Yes,
And you said you were sure the door was closed.
yes,
And I think you clarified that then you saw video with the audio, right,
yes,
for the first time, and acknowledged the door must have been open.
yes,
You said you were happy Donna was yelling for help because I wasn't able to get to my phone to call for help. So I knew by him calling 911, someone would get there faster.
yes,
So you've just told this jury she was yelling to this guy, escalating the situation, right?
yes,
Making things up.
yes,
And you told the grand jury, I was happy for this yelling. What she was doing was helpful to me.
yeah, because I couldn't get a hold of my partners, I couldn't get a hold of the uniformed police. I
Well,
was glad somebody
you
was on the call 911. I wanted somebody to
Where was
do
your
that.
phone?
It was in my hands.
Okay, 911, right? That was an option, wasn't
It's
it?
an option.
And you said to the grand jury, I wasn't able to get to my phone to call for help. So that wasn't true, was it?
Well, I had to have a reason for calling 911. At that point, there was no reason to call 911.
Well, hadn't you been arguing with her about whether you were an officer or not?
Yes,
So that's not reason to call 911 and say, send me a cruiser right now?
I don't think I would have had opportunity to talk on the telephone.
You had time to sit there and text your buddies, right?
At that point, it wasn't an emergency. It wasn't a 911 emergency.
You said she was faking. She doesn't believe I'm a cop, and that was all just faking, and you knew where this was going, right?
Numerous times we fought with these prostitutes and it never came into the ending of a of a shooting or a knife act. I just believe, was this going to be an altercation, a wrestling a match, handcuffed? Numerous times I've done this. And I never picked up my phone and called 911 when I'm about to fight with a prostitute. It just doesn't happen.
Well, first of all, you probably only forgot your badge 4 or 5 times over your whole career, right?
Correct.
So you didn't have your badge, which set this into a bad situation to begin with, didn't it?
I had my ID.
Had you had your badge, like she asked,
She would have said that was fake too.
that's what you're saying.
Most likely.
You recall her saying, I know how the whole vice thing works. I've never had it happen like this.
Yeah, I remember her saying that.
Okay. And vice generally did take them to the library or Princeton, right?
And we also advise you can make an arrest on your own.
Sure. But generally, I think you said 90-some% of the time, you went to the library or Princeton, right?
Correct, yes.
So this was unusual.
Not really unusual to me. Maybe it was unusual for her.
And you said to the grand jury you were doing everything you could. You were trying to assure her that you weren't trying to kidnap her, right?
Correct.
Yet, using your phone to call dispatch or 911 or somebody, you didn't see as an option.
At the time, I did not think about calling 911.
Even though she yelled to someone, call 911. Call the police, right?
Yeah.
And you told the grand jury the only time you ever got cut, both hands, both cuts, happened in the front seat, right?
At the time.
Objection,
Yeah.
Your Honor, that's not what the
The-
answer was.
Overruled.
During the struggle.
During the struggle in the front seat, you told the grand jury that's when you got cut, correct?
That's most likely when I got cut. I don't know the exact time that I got cut.
Well, you were under oath.
Are you talking about the secondary wound or the major wound?
Yeah, yes, you had, we've talked about it as the small cut on
Yeah.
the left and the big cut on the right.
I was in the front seat when I received the big wound. I have no idea when I received the smaller wound.
Well, that's not what we just talked about a few minutes ago, because I think you just admitted to me that you told Sergeant Pilia you had a small cut on your left index finger from fighting with the knife. She slightly got me, and this is all in context of talking about the front seat struggle.
Yeah, so most likely it happened on the front seat, but I don't know the time that it happened during the struggle. I don't know when.
Okay, but it didn't happen when she was in the back seat.
No, it could have happened when
you were both grabbing for the knife, right?
it could have happened when she was in the center console when she was choking me. It could have happened then. I don't know. What I'm saying, it didn't happen while she was in the back seat. It had to happen sometime during the front seat.
So now you're saying it didn't happen during that struggle. It may have happened after the release and the transition to the rear?
No, I never said that.
Okay, I'm confused. You're both struggling for it. At some point, you get cut on the right, you get a cut on the left. At some point during that, then you release her hands, then she goes to the back. Is that right?
Right.
Okay.
So it could have happened before that, is what I'm saying.
Okay.
I'm saying, what I'm saying,
You
it
just
could
don't
have,
know what point in time.
yeah, it could have happened when we were struggling, when she was choking me. It could have happened when we were actually fighting. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, agreed. And you told the grand jury, you said to her, I'm not trying to kidnap you or anything. Do you remember that?
Yes.
You told the grand jury you did that because she was acting as though I was going to kidnap her, and she was probably worried I wasn't a police officer.
Correct.
So is she making this up to go score dope, or is
Well-
she not believing you?
At first, she had a right to believe I wasn't a police officer. But after I showed her all these items, the handcuffs, the handcuff key, the affidavits, the U-10-100, my identification, I even asked her questions like, do you have a warrant? Do you have any weapons? That's not a question from a kidnapper, that's a question from a police officer.
Well, did you ever say, I'm Officer Andrew Mitchell, badge number 1212?
I don't know if I actually said that, but I showed her my ID.
And you said 50 check and I'll text my buddy, things like that? Not I'll text backup, I'll text my buddy,
I believe I said partner too. I also said I'll text my partner.
and you showed her your plastic ID, and you showed her
U-10-100.
papers,
Yes,
right?
yes.
Papers that somebody could print on a computer. They could fake this paper, right?
If they're very good at it, yes, they could.
I could scan this and reproduce it, right?
Yes.
Handcuffs you can buy on Amazon, right?
Can't get an affidavit.
Well, I can get any paperwork made by a computer, can't I?
If you're good enough, I guess you can.
You can order fake IDs, right? Kids have fake IDs all the time.
Yes. But mine wasn't fake, it was real.
She said she thought it was fake, didn't she?
That's what she said.
Do you recall at grand jury you were listening to the audio with the video, and there's a point where you said she's lying, saying I was trying to cut her, she was trying to get the male black to help her, she's saying things to try to get away. Do you remember that line of questioning?
Yes.
So you thought she yelled out, he's trying to cut me, to get that male black to come let her out of the car?
She was trying to say that to anybody. At this time, I didn't know where the male black was, but she was still yelling out, he cut me.
And
The
she
other
was,
way around.
and she was saying, get off me, right?
She was saying that, but she was the one on me.
She was on you, but she's yelling, get off me.
Yes.
And we'll go through in a few minutes that, but, so that's when she's choking you,
That's when she was yelling,
and
help.
she's yelling, get off me.
Yes.
You said, she escalated it. I was willing to sit there and wait for backup. She kept going and going. She escalated it by rolling the window down and yelling to the male black. Do you remember that?
Yes.
So, in your mind, that was escalation saying, can you help me call the police?
Yes, it was escalating.
Escalation.
Carla, you doing all right?
That was escalation?
Other things that she was saying was escalating.
Yet you were thankful she was saying that because you wanted someone to come quicker as backup, right?
The police part, yes.
Then at an April 2022 hearing, I think you agreed that you got the small cut on your hand during the struggle at some point when you guys were all in the front, right? I think we've established that.
Right.
And you indicated you reached into her space, correct?
That's what it says,
You were
yes.
trying to arrest her,
Yes.
and you were never cut again during this incident.
No.
Columbus Police gives you 2 badges, don't they?
Yes.
And that's so you don't have to switch from shirt to special duty uniform to wallet, all the places, right?
Correct.
And you had to,
Yes, I did.
and you knew you forgot your badge before she asked you about it, right? Or as soon as she asked you, at least.
Yes.
And I believe you told the grand jury, you thought, oh man, I'm gonna get reprimanded for this, right?
I still remember before I told I was the police, I'm thinking in my mind, I pictured the chief of police reprimanding me that I didn't have my badge.
But I thought it wasn't required.
It just helped for identification.
You agree, it's probably the most important piece of equipment you can have to identify yourself, right?
Yes.
And in your work, being able to identify yourself is pretty primary.
Yes.
Agree?
Yes.
And you've heard of people impersonating police officers.
Yes.
And you knew your backup was tied up with an arrest, 5 to 6 minutes away. Not only 5 to 6 minute drive, but clearing up whatever they were doing with a suspect, right?
Yes, and that is one of the reasons why I parked up against the building because I knew it'd be a minute before anybody got there.
And you knew they were tied up before you picked up Donna Castleberry, right?
Yes, but I'm sure they could break free, is what I'm thinking.
And you decided picking her up and getting those elements was more important than making sure you had backup near, right?
I wasn't predicting this to happen. I wasn't planning on getting in a shooting or being cut.
Of course not.
I was planning on making a simple arrest.
But at the time, you said you didn't want to take her to the library because you didn't get the elements yet. That's going to scare her off because you don't have the elements yet. So you're going to go drive around. You'll follow her direction, you said.
This was the club. I didn't want to take her to the club.
Okay. Because the
It was only a block
know-
away. It was only a block away, and plus, if the prosecutor's been arrested before, there's a known location where we take him.
So you wanted to be sure you got those elements first.
Yes,
And so instead of taking her there, you let her direct you, you said.
yes,
She directed you to some building,
yes,
even though you knew people were tied up, right?
yes,
And this is for a misdemeanor offense, right?
correct.
Are you familiar with the vice policies at that time?
Some of them, yes,
Are you familiar with the directive 2.12 that says, safety is paramount? Officers shall not attempt to obtain elements of prostitution-related charge without supporting vice section personnel present. Are you familiar with that policy? And if not,
depends
I'm
what
happy to
year,
show you.
what year that policy was made.
I assure you it was the current policy. I just need a moment to find the right exhibits. And if you'd like me to get the cover, I can, but this might look familiar to you. I'm sorry.
Yes, you may.
There's 70 pages here. We have an introduction. The standard operating procedure manual has been prepared as a guide for vice section personnel.
Okay,
Section 2.12, teamwork. Detectives shall not attempt to obtain the elements of prostitution-related charge, i.e. soliciting, engaging, or promoting without supporting vice section personnel present. Right?
that's what it says. yes.
Okay. And safety is paramount during any operation. You agree with that?
Yes,
And while I'm here, police radio. Personnel assigned a police radio will carry it at all times during their tour of duty unless exigent circumstances apply.
correct.
You didn't have your radio on you that day, and it was required, wasn't it?
It was left in my trunk of my personal car.
It was not in your undercover vehicle, right?
No,
And this is also the policy that requires you guys to record the conversation, right?
right.
Prostitution investigations. At least 2 vice detectives will work in close proximity when enforcing street prostitution. And this also is where it says it shall be recorded.
Yes,
Okay? And yet you knew officers were tied up and 5 to 6 minutes away and still tried to get the elements and make the arrest, right?
yes,
And are you familiar with the Columbus Police General Directives?
somewhat.
Are you familiar with the Directive 1.45, requirement to give name and badge number? It says sworn personnel in plain clothes, when exercising their authority under the law and identifying themselves as a police officer, shall display the badge and police identification concurrently or as soon as safe and practical.
Yes,
Fair enough? Okay. So you were ill-prepared to do your job on this day, and you even knew you could get reprimanded, right?
yeah, I didn't have my badge, yes,
Or your walkie.
my walkie. I'm not for sure if I thought about being reprimanded for my walking, but
But that was a violation of policy, right?
if that's what's written, yes.
And normally, in these operations, you would text the team and say, I'm looking at one, right? You'd let them know, I'm getting ready.
Like I said, I didn't have enough time to get on my thread to let them know that I was gonna find one, because like I said, there was nobody out that day. I was surprised to see Miss Castleberry.
You didn't have time to say, looking at one on a cell phone that was in your lap or ready at hand, because you just text Laura, right?
Right. I didn't have time. By the time she came up on me, I didn't have time to say, hey, I want to take her to so-and-so. I knew I couldn't get to the library because it was too far away.
Well, is there something about your cell phone that has a badge on it or something that makes it look like anything but a cell phone?
A personal cell phone?
The one you were using to text the team on?
No, it doesn't have a badge.
Just a regular cell phone, right?
Yeah.
And you were worried that if she saw you texting, that was a giveaway?
Yeah, it happens all the time. I ran into it numerous times. When women come up, they see you on the cell phone, they think I'm contacting somebody to make an arrest.
So instead of being safe to say, I got one coming, it was more important to make sure she got in your car and you tried to get the elements than to alert your team that you were about to engage someone.
I wasn't planning on getting into a shooting, like I said. I was just planning on making a simple prostitution arrest, handcuffing her, and taking her to jail. I did not foresee this happening. It wasn't going through my mind. Maybe I got laxed. Maybe I made one too many arrests where I had no problems. I wasn't foreseeing any problems. And maybe that's the reason why I didn't notify the team, because I thought I could handle it myself.
You got too relaxed.
Council want to approach? Off the record. Carla, off the record. Carla's been going at this for 2 hours, so we're going to take a 15-minute break. Do not discuss this case among yourselves. Do not permit anyone to discuss it with you or in your presence. It is your duty not to form and express an opinion on the case until it's finally submitted to you.
All rise.
No, I'm putting some on the record. For the record, I don't know how much more I want to question, but the case law and the constitutional law is absolutely clear that a violation of a policy in no way, shape, or form has anything to do in the analysis of whether or not the court.
Hey, keep it down, people.
Ladies and gentlemen, keep the noise down.
So the constitutional law and the safeguards laid out by Graham v. Connor and State v. White are very clear. Multiple jurisdictions, all jurisdictions have said a violation of policy has nothing to do in the analysis of whether or not a lawful force was allowed to be justified and reasonable. So I believe we're at a very close situation, Your Honor. Well, it would be a mistrial, and I'm not sure if they're going to argue that in closing arguments, but those are the issues that, with that line of questioning. So I don't know what their intent is, but it cannot be argued, and it says it shall not be argued, that a violation of policy in any way, shape, or form has anything to do with the analysis of whether or not force was used.
Judge, it all goes to his credibility on his past statements and what he said he saw and what he actually saw.
If it goes,
We're not gonna argue that that violation of policy had something to do, has anything to do with the reasonableness. It goes to credibility. All of this is relevant facts, go into credibility of the witness, and we know what the law is and how to argue it. We're not gonna.
but you don't know what the labor laws are, you don't know what administrative hearings are, you don't know what those things are. So those are a whole separate process that you're trying to give a connotation that somehow he violated something. Not having a badge, guess what, can't be a reprimand. It can only be an oral reprimand, it can't be a violation. So the terms that you're using indicate that somehow he's violating something internally when that's not the case.
He has the ability to answer the question, you have the ability to redirect. I'm reading from policies that he says were in effect.
And that's why we don't have administrative hearings in criminal cases. Because in criminal cases, there's rules about criminal evidence. There are no rules for administrative procedures in administrative hearings. That's why they're kept separate from being involved in a criminal case. That's the standard, Your Honor. So I understand a couple of those, but that's not allowed in this type of case in a Grand V counter and a police shooting, Your Honor. Administrative processes and terminations are not allowed in this type of case. It's clear in the case law, and they know that, Your Honor, but they're trying to couch it under some credibility argument.
Mr. Collins, I mean, they're trying to show your client, he's not even here? Nope. I was like, oh my God, he's not even in the argument. Show that he was ill-prepared, sloppy, and that could go to the credibility. They can go into this, I don't know why, but.
Understand credibility, Your Honor, but you can't use it in any argument about the decision to use deadly force, or that the ill-preparedness made a conditions that made it more permeable or more possible.
I'm gonna allow them to get into it, I don't know why, but. And how much more do you have, or do we just wanna take the lunch break now?
I'm gonna play the video still and go through it, so it's gonna be a bit, sorry, Your Honor.
You wanna come back at 1?
Whatever the court decides.
Whatever you want, Judge.
Jeez, everybody's moving everywhere. Let's just take a break. If you're gonna be more than 15 minutes, and I know you're gonna have a little bit of redirect, not much, I get it. Come back let's start back up at 1:15. I gotta go out of the building for a little bit.
Thank you, Judge.
Still under oath. You may inquire.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Mitchell, at no time previously, not in your written statement that you prepared and typed, your statement to Pilia, or the 2019 hearing, did you say Donna Castleberry was trying to score dope, right?
I'm not for sure. I don't know unless I read those.
Okay. Do you recall ever mentioning that she acted like she was high or on drugs? She never said that, did she?
She never.
I'm sorry, you never said that about her.
No.
You never put that in any statement that she appeared to be on drugs to you.
No.
And you're saying you don't remember whether or not you would have said she was trying to score dope?
I know she said that in the when we were together in the car. She wanted to score some dope.
Okay, I understand you're saying that now. Did you ever say that in your written statement?
I didn't say everything in the written statements. No. It's hard to gather all that information and put it into one thing. I didn't remember everything that happened.
Okay. And so you didn't say that to Pilia, and you didn't say that in 2019?
No, not in the interviews.
And you yelled, "Fuck you, I'm gonna have to cuff you," after she yelled out to the bystander, right?
Yes.
You escalated that situation right there, didn't you?
It was already escalated. She was the one escalating.
Her yelling to the bystander is the escalation you're referring to?
Yes.
Why was there a sudden need to cuff her right then?
Because, like I said, in numerous arrests I've had, you know when a person's going to be physical, and I knew she was getting ready to be physical. The best way to control it is to handcuff her.
Because she yelled, "Help, call the police" to somebody.
She was getting ready to fight me. I could tell. Just the way her voice was raising, her actions, her yelling out to the guy to help her to escape, basically. That's
You
what
were
she was.
happy she yelled out to the guy, right?
Yes, because I wanted some backup to get there as fast as possible.
Yet you never used your phone for backup.
Because I knew it was going to be escalated. It didn't happen at that point. But if it was going to happen, it'd be nice to have the police respond.
Shea States Exhibit X.
Excuse me. Mr. Patrick,
Well, sorry, you didn't tell me anything yesterday.
you have all this. I don't have that. I haven't been provided that.
Mark,
You can approach.
I simply have.
do you want to approach? Are we good? Okay,
Or
we're
you
good,
can
Your Honor.
approach the witness.
Are we good? Thank you. May I?
Yes.
Shea States Exhibit X, does that look like Donna Castleberry?
It's a better version of Donna Castleberry.
Okay. So you said there was this struggle with her on the dash, and I think as you've described it, she had her back like to the radio area
Yes.
and her back to the windshield.
Yes.
So is she right next to your steering wheel?
Yes.
Okay, it looked like Miss Stevens was right in front of you during the reconstruction here. She was actually a little off to the side, you're saying?
Yes.
So if I'm facing you then, if this is the front of the car, you're here, so she's kind of where your monitor is.
Correct.
And you said she had her left foot over on your neck,
Yes.
or you're surmising that now?
One of her feet was on my neck.
Okay. And you said your head is against the headrest,
Yes.
you're in your seatbelt, she's pushing really hard, and your head's trapped.
Yes.
You can't go anywhere.
No.
Sorry, I need just a moment for exhibit. I'm gonna show you what's been marked as State Exhibit H25. May I, Your Honor, this has been admitted.
Yeah, it's already been admitted.
Courtney, please, thank you. I know it might be a little more difficult to see here. Everything's clear on the small screen for us than it is for the jury. But this vehicle has, so we see the center console, there's a gear shift there in the center, isn't there?
Yes.
And there's an emergency brake, right? In that center area. I can show you, let me switch. I'll switch to H27. Does that provide you with a view?
Yeah, I can see it.
So that's in that center console area.
Yes.
And I'm looking for a better photograph, but fair to say, then the radio is right here in front of the gear shift and the emergency brake.
Yes.
Okay. And that's the area she was sitting in.
Yeah.
And one more, State's Exhibit F29. We could see a little bit off to the right of our screen. A little difficult to tell. There's a knob, that's the radio, that's the area we're talking about.
Right.
And we have a rear view mirror there at the top, right?
Yes.
I'm finished with Elmo, thank you. Where did I leave my pen now? Okay. At this time, Your Honor, I'd like to play the video, Exhibit V3, and review that with Mr. Mitchell. And again, Mr. Mitchell, you can see that in front of you, correct?
Yes.
It's obviously a little bit clearer than it is looking up here, so if you want to refer to your own screen. And I'm going to stop this periodically. So we hear you probably picking up Ms. Castleberry, right? And you're starting to engage in conversation?
Yes.
Resuming at 1:08. That was 1:08. Stopping a minute and 21 in. Do you know what you're talking about there? Can you hear?
Yeah, that's when we were talking about her tattoos.
Okay.
My daughter's birthday.
We'll stop at 1:45. Can you make out what's happening here?
I couldn't hear.
Fair enough. Sounds like $30, $25, negotiating the price, right?
Yes.
what's happened to this point until you pulled onto the lot?
She was wondering why I pulled up to the meters. And I said, not word for word about, so she couldn't get out.
You told her something about so she couldn't get out?
Yeah, that's what it sounded like.
Okay, and then we hear police,
I identify myself as a police officer.
by saying police,
Yes.
okay?
Police.
You're police.
Show you my ID.
I ain't trying to kidnap her anyway. You gonna?
So you say, I'll show you my ID, and you were gonna show your CPD
That's
ID
what I
card,
was
right?
doing, yes.
And then you say, I ain't trying to kidnap you or anything,
That's because she looked a little worried, a little scared that
okay?
I wasn't the police.
All right,
Weapons on the video.
Hold on, let me see it.
You got any warrants?
you ask if she has any weapons, and she says, hold on, let me see it. She wants to see her ID card,
That's what I was showing her at that point.
okay?
50 chat. Come on, I know the lingo.
So where's your badge?
I have it on. I'm falling apart. Don't worry, it's my handcuffs. My handcuffs. You don't think who I am?
Oh, I didn't say that.
I'm gonna cuff you just for my safety. I'm not gonna do nothing to you. I'm just gonna cuff you.
No, I'm not giving him a
Stopping at 323, you say, I'm not gonna do nothing to you. Why do you tell her that?
Because she still looked apprehensive, like, what are you getting ready to do?
Okay?
You're being under arrest. If you don't have any warrants, I'll let you go.
Okay, well, I'm gonna have to see some other type of ID badge.
I just showed you my ID. I don't have my badge on. I'm calling my buddy.
Okay, you're gonna have to do that. That's fine.
So at 339, you say, I'll call my buddy, and she says, you're gonna have to do that.
Correct.
I'm not gonna call that. I'll go ahead and call myself, please.
What's the street?
This is Yale.
Yeah.
So at 356, you're asking her the street, and she's cooperating, she's giving you the right street, correct?
Yeah, and that's when I was texting it to the thread of where I was.
Okay?
Um.
Just to stop at 418, so we've got some silence. Is this you probably texting
Yes.
the group? Okay, and we kind of, as I said, you can see here, you're in the driver's seat, she's in the passenger seat, right, at this time?
Yeah, nobody's handcuffed. I'm texting. She's just sitting there.
Okay?
Cause I know how the whole body situation works.
No radio.
I've never had any of this happen like this way at all, so.
Why? Because I don't have my badge. I left on my police shirt.
You don't have your badge, you don't have your walkie-talkie.
Yeah, I do.
You don't have any of that.
So she's told you, I've never had it happen like this, right?
That's what she says.
Okay, and so she's asking you for more identification. You don't have your badge, you don't have your walkie, she still doesn't believe you, right?
Right.
Okay.
That's when I was grabbing.
And
That's
so-
when I was grabbing the paperwork from the back seat.
Okay,
What is that? There's no way to do it.
Complain.
and we can see,
Right.
if you look carefully, a little bit of movement in your seat, would you agree? I don't know if you were watching at the right moment.
A little bit I saw.
Vice.
Right, you get that out of your house.
Right. So I'm a policeman.
You can get that out of your house.
Handcuffs, ID, what more you want?
Pause at 518, so you say handcuffs, ID, what more do you want, and you both sit there,
Yeah.
right? She's not screaming, nothing's going on,
At this-
everybody's in their seat, right?
At this point, yes. I think I just heard the text. I might be still texting.
We're at 5:45 on the counter. So we hear some clicking. You think that's you texting. Is that when you say she doesn't believe I'm a cop?
Probably, most likely.
And you text that because she didn't believe you were a cop, right?
Right.
Can you help me, please?
Help you what?
Call the police for me.
I am the police.
You're not the police. I know you're not. And that's false identity.
At 6 minutes. So she's yelled to the bystander.
Yes.
And at that moment, you're saying that's the escalation by her right there.
Starting to begin right there.
And at that moment, you're not trying to cuff her right there, right?
No.
You're just sitting, she's talking to the bystander, and he's getting close to the car now, right? Or is he headed out? I'm not sure.
He already passed when she started yelling at him. He just kept walking. Now he's coming back.
Okay, so he's getting close to the car now.
Like that, I can get you in a lot of trouble with him, so. When he's trapping me and you're saying he was a police officer and he's not a police officer.
Yes, I am.
He's acting like he's a police officer. And he's not. He has this and a fake ass badge. Kidnapping.
6:14, so he's saying he's a police officer, he's not a police officer.
Yeah.
And he's trapping me in here with this fake ass badge.
Correct.
And I believe you said that was escalating because she's trying to get away?
She's trying to have him open the door, obviously.
So she's saying that because she wanted to get away from you?
Right.
Because she didn't believe you were a police officer?
Because she knew she was going to get arrested.
How would she know she was going to be arrested?
Because
You can't look into her mind.
Because I told her.
She had a warrant.
Because I told her I was arrested for soliciting. That's why I showed her the badge.
If you don't have.
Talk over each other, Carla, don't scream at me.
If you don't have a warrant, I'll let you go. And you didn't know she had a warrant at that time.
That's correct.
So after the fact, you're surmising that's what she wanted to do to get away.
Most likely in her head, she knew she had a warrant, so she was going to go to jail.
So she was crafting this story to yell to the bystander that you were impersonating an officer to try to get away.
That's my belief.
That's your belief.
Women, I've already heard about. I mean, he already is wanted because the cops have been showing the picture. You know that, right?
Yeah.
They've been showing the picture.
See, fuck you.
6:27. So as soon as she says, they've been showing your picture, right? You say, yeah, fuck you, I'm gonna have to handcuff you.
Yes.
Your voice has risen. And you're
Because
angry.
hers has risen.
I'm sorry?
Because hers has risen, I knew an altercation was about to happen.
You were getting mad.
No, she was getting mad.
You weren't getting upset at her for calling you. and
More
impersonating-
frustrated, not upset, more frustration, because I told her the things that I've already showed her. I showed her my ID. I showed her my handcuff. I showed her my handcuff key. I asked all the right questions. She knew I was a cop, to my belief.
Yet she asked a bystander call the police, right?
That's just to me, that was a ruse.
Don't put your hands on me. Don't put your hands on me. Do not put your hands.
I want you to watch the video. At this point, you've moved out of your seat and you're leaning her direction, correct?
Yes.
You're trying to put handcuffs on her.
She's under arrest at this point.
Okay. You've moved over into her space.
It wasn't her space. She was under arrest.
In order to effectuate your arrest, you had to lean out of your seat across to her seat, right?
She's under arrest. She was non-compliant. I'm going to handcuff her.
And to do that, you leaned over.
To do that, I grabbed her to arrest her lawfully.
Would you agree with me? You've moved over from your seat, leaning over towards the middle.
That's what you have to do to place her under arrest. I can't arrest her sitting in my seat. I have to lean over and grab her.
I'm not criticizing that. I'm asking if that's what we see.
That's what you see, because that's what I did.
Hands on me. Do not put your hands on me. Don't put your.
Now we see some movement. over towards the wall on the passenger side. Would that be where Donna Castleberry was?
Yes,
So you're still trying to put her under arrest, trying to cuff her, over on her side, she's still in her seat area, right?
yes.
Hands on me! Help! Help!
She's got a knife.
Help! Help! Get
6:42 in, first you say she's got a knife, so you saw the knife, right?
Yeah, after she cut me.
Okay, well, you say she's got a knife, then she cut me. So,
I didn't see the knife till after she cut me.
okay. And you're still over on her side of the car, you're leaning across towards the passenger side, correct?
Yes.
off of me!
Cut me.
Help! Help! Help me, please, open the back door! Help me! Open the back door! He's just coming! Help me!
We see a little bit of movement near the window. Did you see that at 6:53 we are?
Yes,
And is that the handcuffs going out the window?
most likely.
You didn't recall at the time, but that's what we surmised.
Yes,
So she's still over on that side near the window, pressed up against that door, correct?
I believe so.
Well, what's going on now? You're struggling.
We're still
with your knife.
struggling. I'm still trying to get a knife. I'm still trying to pry her fingers from the knife so I can grab it to end the threat.
So you're leaning from your seat, she's over on her side, and you're struggling for the knife, right?
Yes,
And is she kicking you or anything at this point?
she's probably kicking her legs, flailing her arms, but not at me at that point.
Please help me!
Pause at 7:01, we see some more movement. That's Donna over on her side, right?
Right,
So she's still there, and we still see the shadow of you leaning across, right?
yeah.
7:07, looks like you're moving even a little bit further over that direction. You guys still struggling in that
No.
area?
No, it looks like I'm right seated in my seat. It looks like me off to the right.
You're saying you're seated in your seat completely at this point?
Yeah, this is when she starts to strangle me, choke me.
Well, let's back up a minute and have you watch that a second again. That was at 7:07.
Yeah, all right? They were just showing you. Don't put your hands on me. Don't put your hands on me. Do not put your hands on me. Do not put your hands on me. Don't put your hands on me. Help! Help!
She's got a knife.
Help!
Cut me.
Help! Get off of me!
Just cut me.
Help! Help! Help me, please, open the back door. Help me. Open the back door. He's just coming. Help me.
That's where she says he's trying to cut me,
Yes,
and you said you thought she was saying that so the guy would open the back door?
that's what I surmised. That's what I believed she was doing.
And the handcuffs had fallen.
Right.
Please help me. Please help me.
Okay, we're back at 7:07. Would you agree with me that that's still you in the same position?
Objection, Your Honor, asked and answered.
Sustained.
Continue. All right, now is it clear? 7:11. Do you see the figure, Donna, off to her side, moving around?
I think this is when she was choking me.
You're saying during this, she's sitting on the center console, choking you with her foot?
Yeah.
That's what's happening here.
D-
And she's yelling.
I'm not for sure. I mean, the video's unclear, but it sounded like I was having a hard time breathing. And I remember when she was pressing the foot up against my neck, I was having a hard time breathing. And I believe this is the time, but I'm not quite sure.
Any chance she's kicking you with the back against her door with her foot
No,
on your neck?
no. On my door?
No, her door, I'm sorry.
No.
So she's not, you're saying she's left her passenger seat?
Yes.
She's sitting in the center console. No way is she still in her passenger seat, possibly.
Again, Your Honor,
Kick-
asked and answered objection.
Sustained.
We'll keep playing. At 7:20, would you agree with me that the shadow we saw in that middle area moves and the door opens?
Yes.
And that's you, right?
Correct.
You open that door,
Yes.
and can you see the rear view mirror? Looking at the small one, see the rear view mirror?
Yeah.
See the open space between the seats?
Mm-hmm.
Okay? We're 7:24 in. Did you see Donna move from her seat through the middle to the back?
In the video, that's what it appears to happen.
So you've opened the door. We could see that your head and foot perhaps somehow come out of the car. We don't know if you're completely out, right?
Yeah.
And you've pivoted and you're facing the back now.
Right.
And she's saying, okay, sorry, but you did not hear that.
No, I did not.
And you say, God damn,
Yes.
right? At 7:41, you were swearing, you said fuck.
Yes, I
Correct.
did.
Okay?
Fucking nightmare.
We're finished with that, thank you, Anna. You agreed in a prior hearing that when you got cut, you were in her space, her part of the vehicle, right?
Like I said, it wasn't her space at that point. She was under arrest. I was in the area of the passenger seat.
Did you disarm Miss Castleberry?
No,
Did you ever reach for the knife to cut your hand?
no.
You didn't know-
She was the aggressor. She attacked me. I did not injure myself on the knife.
She believed you were a rapist, correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
Call, I sustained.
You testified at a hearing previously, you don't remember where the knife was, it all happened so fast. Some of the details are missing, aren't they?
I don't know what details you sound are missing.
Well, you don't remember the door opened, right?
Yes, I don't.
You didn't know she threw the handcuffs out, right?
We're in a struggle. I didn't catch that.
You don't really know which foot was on your neck, right?
Doesn't matter what foot she had on my neck. She had one of her feet on my neck.
Yet you're convinced you didn't grab that knife,
I know I didn't grab the knife
and
because I didn't see the knife.
how did the knife get into your seat?
I didn't see when she placed it on the seat. I didn't see that.
Well, you were sitting in that seat, weren't you?
Fighting in that seat, struggling.
You were pinned in that seat with your back against that seat, right?
Right.
That gun, or that, I'm sorry, that knife was found right in the back of the seat where your back would have been, right?
Right. I never saw the knife till after the incident was over. It even could have got moved by me, and I didn't even realize I moved it. It was on the seat, maybe it was further over on the seat, and it stuck up somehow. I don't know.
So maybe it was somewhere else and you moved it there?
I'm just saying it could have been on that seat, not positioned from where it was found, but it could have got moved on the seat when I got up from the seat.
So some of the details are foggy, right? You don't remember everything.
I remember everything. I just don't know if the knife was moved. It could have been on top of my leg. It could have been on my hip. And when I got up, it moved to where it was. I don't know how it was positioned when she dropped it.
Yet, you don't know that, but you're certain you didn't grab it from her and disarm it.
I already know I didn't grab it and disarm it.
There were no pictures taken, you suffered no neck injury, right?
Well, it still hurt when I was in the hospital.
You never had anything documented, right?
I doubt you could see anything. I have brown skin. It's hard to see any kind of markings.
When you were fresh coming from your training that day, right?
Yes.
Fresh at shoot, don't shoot scenarios, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And would you agree with me, an officer can fire 4 to 6 shots in a second?
It's possible.
You've practiced right and left-handed shooting, right?
Yes.
You guys train 5 times a year?
Yes.
And you were doing these scenarios where it might be groceries, I think you said, a cell phone or a weapon.
Correct.
You had to determine what was the threat and when to shoot, right?
Yes.
Focus in on that object and decide, is this a threat?
The best you can, yes.
And you had to,
Sir, can you take off your hat?
and when the object went away from you, it was no longer a threat and you were to quit shooting, right?
Correct.
Did they teach you shoot until the gun goes dry?
No, they say shoot till the threat stops.
Have you ever said that the training was shoot until the gun goes dry?
I never heard of that phrase.
Would you agree with me that you had Donna Castleberry contained in that car when she was getting feisty with you, and you could have stepped out and shut the door?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained speculation.
Could you have locked Donna in the car?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Would you agree with me there is no support for your memory that the door was closed? We know it was open, right?
We know it was open because of the video, but I do not remember the door being open.
But you opened it, nobody else opened it, right?
I'm not disputing I didn't open it. I opened it.
At the time, it was a voluntary act, correct?
It was a muscle memory act. It was instinct. I don't know what it was. Muscle movement. It happened. It was a flow. It was a flow of things of what I was doing, and part of that, the door was open.
It was a series of seatbelt,
Correct.
door, gun, it was
Part-
all.
part
and
of
you remember-
training. Excuse me.
You remember all of that sequence except opening the door, right?
Yeah, it's all part of one motion act. I don't remember opening the door. If I would have remembered opening the door, I would have told the detective, I remember opening the door, pivoting my foot, which I did. I don't remember it.
As an officer, you're trained to pay attention to not only nonverbal actions, but verbal cues, right?
Yes, but in this situation, I could not hear her.
But you recognize nonverbal cues might be somebody putting their hands up or backing away or making some sort of motion.
I
to show
never-
some sort of surrender, right?
I never seen her put her hands up.
I'm not saying that, I'm asking if those are nonverbal cues you look for.
Yes,
Okay. And verbal cues might be something like someone say, I'm gonna kill you, right?
right?
Or they might say something like, I give up, I'm sorry, right?
Yes, but whatever they say usually is not their actions. It could be something else. They could say, I'm not going to kill you, and still kill you.
Right? But that's important information you're trained to listen to help provide context, right?
Right.
To assess a threat. Go through a few things that you discussed, Mr. Collins on direct. Get some of these ready. I think you talked about parking in the fashion you did against the building.
Yes.
While other officers might have done that, that's generally not what you used to do, right?
The reason I usually didn't do it a lot is I would have somebody really close, a couple blocks off. So usually Officer Key, Brian Key, me and him worked a lot together, or any other officer. And if we do that, there's no need to have to block up against a building.
So it wasn't the norm for you.
No.
And you told Mr. Collins, her voice was escalating and I was fed up. I guess that's how you were feeling before you cuffed her, you were fed up.
Fed up, tired of the situation, tired of trying to convince her I am a police officer.
You'd been sitting there calmly before, right?
We both were,
She had cooperated, had told you where you were, what street you were on, right?
and if she would have just stayed calm the whole time, none of this would have happened.
If you had de-escalated and stepped out of the vehicle and waited for a cruiser,
Objection, Your Honor.
would,
Sustained.
did you hear the words? Donna said some words before the first shots. Do you recall that?
Help me,
I'm sorry?
okay, help me, from the audio.
Do you recall hearing her say anything before you?
No.
Nothing at all.
I knew she was saying something, yelling something, but I never heard what it was.
Mr. Collins asked you about other cuts, and do you know when you received your other cuts? And I believe you said you didn't know if it happened in the front or the back.
Your Honor, I'm
Did-
gonna object again. This was gone through at length earlier, asked and answered.
I'm gonna overrule it.
Thank you, Honor. I want to be clear. Before lunch, we tried to establish the cuts all happened during the struggle in the front seat, right?
Correct.
And you recognize as an officer you have a duty to reassess
Correct.
and account for every shot you fire, correct?
Correct.
And are you telling us you did that here?
Yes. I reassessed from the minute we started the physical confrontation all the way to the end when the last shot was fired.
Yet you decided, right when you let go of her hands, that you were going to grab your gun and shoot as fast as you could.
Yes, I was being attacked at that moment.
you decided to reach across your body and fire towards what you said was the passenger compartment while you were looking the opposite direction.
Right.
What could Donna have done here?
Objection,
To
Your
a-
Honor.
Sustained.
Can we approach her on it?
Calls for speculation.
And you said you decided to quit firing after the sixth shot. You made a decision to quit firing.
Yes.
So is it a coincidence that's exactly when your gun jammed?
It's a coincidence. I never pulled the trigger after the sixth shot.
Nothing further.
Any redirect?
Yes, please. Briefly, Your Honor. Mr. Mitchell, did you cut yourself in this situation and give yourself 34 stitches and a blood transfusion and a surgery?
No, I did not.
Mr. Mitchell, did you hear any words in the car once, do you remember hearing any words in the car once the struggle started?
No, I do not.
Okay. Is there anything that you're trained on, Mr. Mitchell, that regards to, hey, don't go into their space when you have the lawful elements and the lawful arrest and the right, lawful duty to put your hands on someone?
Yes, we're allowed to do that.
Is there anything about, hey, don't go into their space or give it enough time to get into someone's space?
No.
Does space matter at any point in time when you're going to handcuff somebody?
No.
Did you tell her in advance that you were going to handcuff her?
Yes.
Did you tell her in advance that you were going to arrest her?
Yes.
Well in advance of when you actually physically tried to cuff her, correct?
Correct.
Were you able to hear any words whatsoever when the first gun went off, when the first shot went off?
No.
Mr. Mitchell, when she tried to kill you with the knife and choking,
Objection?
Overruled.
were you able to say, hey, stop, I want to replay this, and freeze here, Miss Castleberry, because I want to examine how everything is situated there?
Objection again to leading?
Overruled.
No, I did not.
Were you able to sit outside and watch it as this a belief, did you have a belief at that time that she was trying to seriously injure you?
Yes.
Were you able to say, hey, I'm gonna replay this to try to determine what your intent was?
No.
Could you sit there for 34 minutes in hindsight and review when this was happening to you at that instant?
No.
Are you trained in any way, shape, or form, in any capacity in your 30 years there to call a buddy in order to make someone feel more comfortable?
No.
Okay. Once you have the lawful elements for probable cause and you're going to arrest someone, does it matter to you what their intent is, whether they believe you or not, if you're an officer?
No, it does not.
Is there anything in your training or experience that says you can't arrest someone if they don't believe that you're an officer?
No.
Is this how Miss Castleberry looked on State's Exhibit S when she cut you with a knife?
No, it is not.
Is this how she looked when she choked you?
No, it is not.
Mr. Mitchell, were you required to give a written statement?
No, I was not.
That was a voluntary act. Was that a voluntary act?
Yes.
Why did you do it?
Because I wanted the facts to be out there. I wanted to tell the truth.
Were you required to sit down for an interview?
No, I could have refused.
Why did you give an interview?
Because I had nothing to hide. I wanted to tell the truth.
Did you tell the truth to the best of your belief and memory when you gave a written statement?
Yes, I did.
Did you tell the truth to the best of your ability when you gave an interview?
Yes, I did.
Did you tell the truth when you went to the grand jury?
Yes, I did.
Were you required to go to the grand jury?
No, I wasn't.
Why did you voluntarily do that, Mr. Mitchell?
Because I wanted the truth to be out there. I wanted the people to know the actions that I did that day were Donna Castleberry's actions, and I reacted to her actions.
Do you have anything to hide, sir?
Nothing to hide.
Each and every time there's been a hearing or anything, have you ever declined to tell what you remember happening there that day?
No, I never declined.
In terms of the knife, may I approach a witness, Your Honor?
Okay.
Miss Pritchard asked you a couple times of whether or not you believe the knife was in there, I mean, in her hand when she went to the back, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And at a prior, may we
You wanna?
may I approach the witness here?
Yes.
At a prior hearing, okay, you were asked whether or not you believed that she had the knife when she went to the back seat. What was your answer to that?
Yes, I did. I believe she still had the knife when she got to the back.
At a prior hearing, were you asked that again? What's the answer?
She had it in her hands when she headed towards the back. Okay, you thought she had it in her hands when she was heading towards the back. And I answered yes.
Was it asked to you again?
She is still putting up a fight. She was still this is my answer. She is still putting up a fight. She was still swinging her legs. She was still swinging her arms, so the knife could have been in her hands.
Do you have any idea, sir, how the knife got to where it ended up?
No.
Were you trying to speculate for Miss Pritchard how it wound up seated there, correct?
Correct.
Does your training, sir, require you to get a second gash of 34 stitches before you are allowed to shoot to stop the threat?
No.
Does your training indicate whether or not you can shoot before the threat actually occurs?
Yes.
And does that training indicate that you can shoot before another threat occurs?
Yes.
Did you perceive her to be a threat the entire time from when she went from the side of you to the back?
Yes.
Does it matter which foot was choking you?
No.
Did you tell him which foot was choking you in your written statement?
No.
Did you tell him what foot was choking to you in your interview?
No.
Did you tell him what foot was choking you in the grand jury?
No.
Did you try to explain why you said the left foot today?
Yes.
When you've arrested people in your 30-year career and have you had people resist?
All the time.
Was there ever a time, based on your training, that you called 911?
Never.
Are you trained to call 911 ever?
No.
In this situation, after you had been slashed, after you had been choked, what did you text to the group?
I texted 10-3, which means officer in trouble.
Are you trained to do that?
Yes.
Now, let's clear up this when working. Ms. Pritchard told you some policies from the Vice Squad, okay? You remember seeing those?
Yes.
One of them was about close proximity, correct?
Yes.
All right. When it says you have to work with someone else, correct?
Correct.
Are you allowed on your own at any time to go out when you're a member of the Vice Unit and arrest people for prostitution?
Yes.
No, I mean specifically with no one else knowing it.
No, they got to be in that side of the town.
Does there have to be a team?
Yes, at least one other person with you
So if
in
there's
the
two-
area.
Correct. So my question, Mr. Mitchell, is one day you show up to work and no one's there. Can you on your own go out and arrest people for solicitation?
No.
It has to be another person, right?
One day I did come into work by myself. I went home because there's nobody else there.
Okay. Now, when you have another person, that's what the directive is, correct?
Correct.
Now, when you have another person, that person, do they have to stay within close proximity?
Proximity, meaning the same side of town.
If you're both on the west side of town or the bottoms, can one of the people then go to the northeast side on their own and work prostitution cases?
No.
Is that your understanding of what close proximity is?
Yes.
How many arrests have you had for solicitation and prostitution in both the times you were in Vice with two officers in the same car?
Never.
And again, anything requiring you at the Vice directives and those 70 pages that Ms. Pritchard handed you, requiring you to have your badge while you're undercover?
No.
Is your job to get the elements?
Yes, for prostitution.
That's your job, correct?
Yes.
Is it why you're in a hurry to make sure you can get the elements before, is that why, before you're going to somewhere?
No. But, yeah.
In order to charge someone for prostitution, do you have to have the elements first?
Yes.
Okay, so your job at that time is focused, is it on getting the elements?
Yes.
Okay. So in the situation that Ms. Pritchard said, you didn't, let me back up. Oh, thank you. Ms. Pritchard asked you about why you didn't text somebody when you saw her, right?
Right.
Ms. Castleberry, or why you didn't text somebody that you had one, right?
Right.
Okay. This is out of the governance exhibit with the text threads, okay? Okay. And again, I think we've established that's you saying anybody out here, right?
Right.
What's that say right there?
Yep. D at the library with 1.
Who's D?
Daryl McKissick.
Did Daryl McKissick text the group ahead of time, hey, I'm about to try to charge someone with prostitution?
No.
Did D text anybody, hey, I've got one, come to this area?
No.
Okay. Is there any, so when you receive D at the library with one, does that mean he's already gotten the elements and he's already charged the person and they're at the library?
Yes.
Okay.
Handcuffed and ready for Lord to search.
So D, McKissick, he didn't notify anybody that he potentially had one.
No.
He didn't say, hey, I'm taking someone over to the library.
No.
That was Detective Evans saying, yeah, out here, D has one at the library.
Yes.
When you tell someone they're under arrest, does that mean you have to take physical custody of them to process the arrest?
Not at all times.
Okay. Can you take physical custody of them at that point in time to place them under arrest?
Yes.
Okay. Does under arrest mean I'm taking you to jail?
No.
Okay. Taking you to jail means you're going into custody.
Right.
Under arrest means I'm charging you with something.
Correct.
You told her from the get-go that you were a police officer once you had the elements.
Yes.
Then you told her, I'm charging you.
Yes.
You are under arrest.
Yes.
Lawful, she's not, is it, based on your training, is she then supposed to be non-compliant with arrest?
Objections, leading questions.
Re-ask the question.
When you tell someone, Mr. Mitchell, that they're under arrest, okay? That's the hypothetical. Make sense?
Yes.
Okay. Then, if they don't comply, what do you do based on your training?
We handcuff them.
Did Miss Castleberry comply in any way, shape, or form, verbally or physically?
No.
When you reassessed, when you made the decision to use deadly force, why did you fire your gun?
She was attacking me.
Did you believe she was a threat to you when she was on your side?
Yes.
Did you believe she was a threat to you when you went back?
Yes.
Had you already been cut and slashed?
Yes.
Had you already been choked?
Yes.
And did you believe that if you didn't use deadly force that you were going to be seriously injured or harmed?
Correct.
Thank you, Mr. Mitchell.
Any questions as a result of those?
Mr. Mitchell, I believe you've testified in all of the prior hearings that you didn't know where the knife was when she was in the back, right?
Yeah, I didn't know if it was in her hand or not. That's what I meant.
At the time you gave all of these voluntary statements, you didn't know there was video synced with audio, did you?
At the grand
Until
jury.
the 2019 hearing.
The grand jury, yes.
Correct. And when McKissick had his at the library, he was at the library where Laura typically waits to search people, right?
I'm not for sure she was sitting there waiting.
You don't know if he was there. He was there with the team. He had people there with him, right?
I don't believe, I believe it was by himself.
Well, nobody was coming to help you, right?
Right.
So where's everybody else?
I have no idea.
So you don't know where the knife is, and as long as you don't know where the knife is, Donna's got no chance, right?
I believe the knife was in her hand.
You never saw that knife in the back seat, did you?
I never saw the knife when she cut me the first time.
You saw it when you were struggling with her, right? In the front seat.
Yeah, after I focused in on it, after I got cut, I knew she had a knife, and I looked into her hand, and she had a knife.
And you never looked to assess and see if she had that knife in the back seat. You never saw it.
I did not see it because it could have been concealed in her hand. She was flinging her arms. She was kicking her feet. She was yelling. There was all kinds of things going on. I did not see it.
You didn't even look at her your first shots, correct?
First couple shots, I didn't look at her.
Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to we got to get at the other witness, about a 15-minute, about 15 minutes. Do not discuss this case among yourselves. Do not prevent anyone to discuss it with you or in your presence. It is your duty not to form or express an opinion on the case until it's finally submitted to you.
All right.
Who's your next witness?
We just have two quick ones, both police officers, Sergeant Evans and Gagnon.
Okay.
behalf of the defense, we will call Sergeant Evans to the stand. This social experiment hasn't been, there's been no deviation.
No. Usually Courtney tries to ruin my social experiment. You can sit anywhere. You can sit anywhere.
I think we have changed once or twice, actually.
I've only moved over a seat. I've been in the same 2 seats.
I made it wrong.
Right through here and around the knees and all around.
Watch those wires down there. Don't trip on those. You raise your right hand. You solemnly swear, affirm under penalty of perjury, your testimony in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
Have a seat. Pull yourself up close to the microphone. You may inquire.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir.
Afternoon.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Michael Evans, Evans.
And Sergeant Evans, as you know, my name is Mark Collins, my partner Caitlin Stevens. We represent Mr. Mitchell in this case. Tell the ladies and gentlemen jury a little bit about yourself and your career in the Columbus Police Department.
Okay. Joined the police department in 1992, so a couple months, be 31 years. Worked patrol for several of those years, was in the detective bureau for a couple of years, got promoted to sergeant in 2001. So next month it'll be 22 years I've been a sergeant. I worked the streets as a sergeant for probably about 10 years, was in internal affairs for about 6 years, worked the vice unit for about 3 years, now I'm in the traffic bureau.
Back in 2018, were you a sergeant?
Yes.
What does it take to become a sergeant versus a patrol officer and a detective?
You take a promotional test and have to pass it.
All right. And as a sergeant, you are now, is it fair to say you're overseeing patrol officers and detectives?
Yes.
Administratively?
Yes.
Okay. And back in 2018, where were you a sergeant? What division?
The vice unit.
Okay. And how many people did you have under your command?
I believe there was 8 assigned to me.
Okay. Now, back in 2018, are you involved in the actual physical contact and arrests with people for prostitution?
Rarely. If we do a big hotel operation or something like that, we're tied up, I may get involved, but I'm mostly the overseer of it.
Had you been involved previously with arrests for prostitution, whether you were a patrol officer or a sergeant in the vice?
Yes.
Okay. How many would you say?
I couldn't even guess. I mean,
Okay. When you're going to arrest someone for the elements, let's hypothetically you have the elements, you're going to arrest someone. What elements of society are associated with the vice unit and prostitution or solicitation?
not sure what you're asking.
It's a terrible question. When working an area for prostitution or solicitation, are drugs associated with those types of arrests?
Yes, there's normally drugs and some weapons and
Okay.
things like that.
So when you go to arrest someone for that, is part of your training, you're trying to trying to see, hey, is someone going to be compliant or not?
Yes, you're always trying to see if they're going to be compliant or not.
Have you had experiences when people were not compliant when you wanted to place them under arrest?
Yes.
Okay, what would you do in that situation, Sergeant?
Yeah, it depends. Well, that person kind of dictates the final outcome on how uncompliant they are. You start at your minimum level of force, and then you work your way up based on their actions.
And you said that person dictates it because they can control whether or not they're compliant.
Yes, because they could become compliant at any time during the situation, or they can escalate it even more.
And you're trained to try to react to that.
Yeah, you react to what they're, basically what they're giving you.
Okay. Now, back in 2018, as a sergeant in the vice unit, what are your basic duties?
A lot of administrative duties, a lot of, doing stats,
checking everyone's arrest reports, and that we had 311 complaints, assigning those, making sure those get turned in. We had meetings with different people and with liquor agents. I mean, there's a lot of administrative type of situation. If we had any type of use of force or investigation on an officer, I completed those.
So you're kind of the conduit between the undercover officers or patrol officers and the chain of command?
Yes.
Okay. And help us understand something. Back in 2018, what was the policy with regards to an undercover vice officer working alone with regards to solicitation and prostitution?
Okay, you had to have at least one other detective that was working in the same area as you. Obviously not in the same car, because that doesn't work. But they have to be in the general vicinity. You couldn't be working on the north side of Columbus, and I go to the south side of Columbus and work. You had to be there in the general vicinity.
Okay. And if I was an undercover vice detective and I just decided on my own one day to go off by myself, I can't do that as well, right?
No, you can't go off and work by yourself.
So when the directives talk about, what does it mean when the directives talk about two people being present?
That means in the general area.
Okay. So close proximity, is that another term that you guys use in your training?
Well, close proximity, yes, within, general type area. Usually if we're working one precinct, you have to be in that area of that precinct. You can't, venture off by yourself.
Okay. And what are the policy and procedures if someone makes, one of the undercover detectives makes a lawful arrest involving a female charged with prostitutional solicitation, in terms of what are the next steps after that in general?
Okay, in general, we usually have takedown areas depending on what part of the city that we're working in. And the detectives try to get the elements and bring, all the arrestees or people back to that area so that they have help, with the arrest. Or usually our female detective, Laura Evans, she normally stayed at the staging area, so she could do the searches of the females and see if they had any contraband or anything like that on them.
So as a male, in general, if I'm a male detective and I arrest someone and I have them in custody, I'm supposed to take them to one of the staging areas.
Yes.
But the entire encounter with myself and the person I'm arresting, I'm alone, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And so with a female, Miss Detective Evans would then search them at a staging area?
Yes.
Do they always have to go to a staging area once they have someone in custody?
No, that's just the perfect world that happens. A lot of times they don't make it to the staging area, or they can't get the elements because the girls know if they start giving them directions, and if they start venturing off the directions that they're giving them, they'll never get the elements for an arrest or anything. Then sometimes we've had girls that once they realize that the person is a police officer and they're gonna be arrested, they've jumped out of cars at 30 miles an hour before. They take off running anytime the car, so they have to stop halfway and make the arrest themselves, and then we come to them, or if the person calms down, they bring them to the staging area.
Have you had personal issues of non-compliance when trying to arrest someone for solicitation or prostitution?
I don't know for prostitution. I've had for several other things, but
In those situations, Sergeant, does whether or not someone's intoxicated or high on drugs potentially pose a risk to the person doing that?
that normally plays a part in it.
Okay. And in terms of non-compliance, is you can have verbal non-compliance,
Yes.
physical non-compliance?
Yes.
When that occurs, why is that charge called resisting arrest?
Because you're not complying with your lawful arrest.
So once you have the elements, you're allowed to make a lawful arrest, correct?
Yes.
Have you had situations where the person that you were arresting didn't believe you were an officer?
I had where they said they didn't believe I was an officer, but was able to show them credentials and stuff, and then they believed I was when I was in detective or plainclothes.
Once you determine to make an arrest and take someone into your custody, does it matter if they believe that you're an officer or not?
As long as you have a legal right and you have probable cause to make a legal arrest, no.
Are you trained on anything in terms of that a person has a space and an officer has a space and you're not supposed to go into that space? Is that any part of the training on use of force in the Columbus Division of Police?
I don't recall ever being trained. I mean, you're eventually going to have to go into their space to be able to handcuff them and take them, you know, place them under arrest.
Sergeant Evans, what Detective Evans, I believe, talked about, what's a cop test in the vice world?
Cop test is they're trying to determine if you're a police officer or not. So they will expose certain body parts and ask you to touch them, or they'll get up on you and rub around your waist and your area. They'll look through the glove compartment. They'll look under, they look pretty much everywhere in the car just to determine if you're a police officer or not. I mean, we've had girls get out of the cars because the officer had a pack of cigarettes sitting in the console, and the girl just says, "Stop, let me out, you're the police." He's like, "Well, I am, but how'd you know I was the police?" She goes, "Well, you got cigarettes there. This car doesn't smell like smoke." So they're smart. So they do all these things just to try to determine if you're actually working or not.
And when, based on your experience and training, when you place someone under arrest, and you identify yourself as an officer, right? Have you ever told someone you're under arrest and my name is Sergeant Evans and given them your badge number?
No, if I'm in plain clothes, I just say, "Police, you're under arrest for whatever you're under arrest for."
Okay. So again, have you ever told someone, "Yeah, this is my badge number, you're under arrest"?
No.
Okay. I think you said you worked in internal affairs?
Yes.
Had you ever disciplined someone internally or administratively for not identifying themselves by their badge number?
Not for making an arrest, but if you have a citizen complaint and I request your name and badge number, you're required to give your name and badge number for a citizen complaint and like that. But never have I investigated anything as a supervisor where you have to say that before.
How long have you been a supervisor?
Next month will be 22 years.
Why do the detectives have to play a role in undercover operations with regards to solicitation and prostitution?
Well, you have to get in the character because, like I say, the people, they're smart. I mean, they deal, with people every day, and, in their profession, they know what's kind of normal, what's not kind of normal. So if you don't act the role and get into the role, I mean, they can see right through you.
Sergeant Evans, back in 2018, what was the policy with regards to an undercover detective's discretion to, after they've charged someone and taken custody of that person for solicitation, would they have to take them to jail for a misdemeanor?
The policy was if you did not have a warrant on you, you had no illegal contraband on you, you received a summons with a court date on it, after all the checks, and you were searched if you had any contraband on you, and then you were released from staging area or wherever you were with the court date.
So there's a difference between arresting someone and charging them versus taking them into jail.
Well, they're still arrested. You just unarrest them after you determine and give them a court date, because they're not free to go.
You give them the summons and you give that
Yes.
summons? Okay. And however, if they had a warrant or they had contraband on them, I think you said, or they had a weapon on them, they had to be taken to jail regardless.
Unless it was if you had, a misdemeanor like driving, something for a stop sign. We get a lot of dog registration ones and stuff. You still had to come down to the courthouse, the clerk of courts, to get a different court date, but then you were still given your summons and release. But if it was something else, it was kind of out of our hands that you got arrested.
Okay. And then the documents back in 2018 for the vice unit, that would the undercover detectives carry documents in order to charge someone and give them their court date in the cars?
Yeah, you had to complete your own paperwork because you're the only one that knew what happened in the car, basically, at that time.
Is that why also the policy with regards to turning the phone on or some tape recording device in the car?
Yes.
Okay. And those things, the paperwork, they include U-10-100s?
Yes.
Affidavits?
Yes.
Specific things towards the vice unit in terms of the affidavit?
And that, well, the affidavit, the wording is just, everybody uses the same affidavits in the police department. You just change the wording to fit.
Okay.
I mean, we had wording for, you know, solicitation, prostitution, or we had specific wording for that, but you use the same affidavit.
Pre-printed?
Well, some pre-printed them, you know, just to save time, because if not, it's the same language, you just have to sit there and write it out by hand, which takes longer, so their thing is to pre-print them, fill in the person's name, information, and get them on the way as quick as possible.
And also, the undercover detectives carry their personal ID, or their ID is that they're a Columbus police officer, correct?
Yes.
Back in 2018, it's my understanding there was no requirement to have your badge on you while you were undercover making an arrest, correct?
Well, if there was no place to really put your badge, because like I say, the girls during the cop test, they fill around on you and look, and you can fill a badge pretty obviously.
Okay. And the affidavits and the complaints and the U-10-100s, they're all specific to Columbus, correct?
I've never filled one out for any other jurisdiction, so I can't really answer that.
My point is I can't just go online and print one of those out, correct?
It's pretty much, it's our division supplies them, yes.
I want to take you back to August 23rd, 2018. Were you working that day, sir?
Yes.
And your capacity as a sergeant of the, your kind of unit or team, right?
Yes.
Where did the day start out at?
At that day, we had firearms training, so we all met at the range that morning. We completed our firearms training, and then we were deciding, some people were talking about maybe going to lunch, but we decided it was too early to go to lunch. So we decided to go work, well, it's 8 precinct, the area we were working.
And how many people were with you that day at the firearms training?
I would imagine the majority of them, I can't tell you exactly that far back, but the majority is because we always train firearms, we trained as a unit, and when everyone usually showed up unless someone was sick or something that day.
And describe for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury that firearm training that day, what you recall about it, or what, if you remember.
Yeah, it was, we had a decision course. It was, you went in the range by yourself, they gave you a little scenario, and you went to different stations. Each station was a little different. They have, you know, the cardboard targets, and they're kind of facing you skinny. And then when the cardboard turns towards you, you have to determine if it was a threat or not based on what the person was holding or something like that. And if it was a threat, you fired upon it until it turned back to being skinny, so it was no longer a threat. Or if it was coming at you, it would stop coming at you and turn, you know, and face away from you.
Are you trained to fire until the threat is stopped?
Yes.
Or incapacitated?
Yeah, till your threat's gone, you know.
In that scenario, is it, if correct me if I'm wrong, it's my understanding that once the target turns that wrong angle, that the threat has stopped for that purpose?
Yes.
Okay. And in your training, are you trained to reassess the entire time you're in that course?
Yes, because while you're engaging one target, another target can turn towards you. They could have a cell phone in their hand, they could have a wallet in their hand, they could have another weapon in their hand. So you're always scanning and evaluating what's going on.
Are you trained that once you perceive a threat of serious physical injury or harm, to fire?
To fire till the threat is gone.
And if the threat isn't gone, do you continue to reassess?
You fire, reassess, and determine, you know, what you need to do from that point.
So as long as, in that scenario, you believe that the threat is still there, you can continue to fire as you reassess?
Yes.
Okay. In that course, is it, described for ladies and gentlemen, is it a controlled setting, or do you have ear stuff on?
It's a controlled setting. You have your headphones on, you have your eyeglasses on, you have a safety officer that walks with you. Like I say, you're in there by yourself just with a safety officer, and like I say, you just go to the different stations and do your thing there.
Have you ever been involved in a situation where you experienced of a gun going off and you did not have ear protection on?
Yes.
How did that feel?
It was loud.
Could you hear anything?
But if you're outdoors, you know, it's not quite as bad. Your ears ring and stuff for a little bit. If you're in a confined area, then it's a lot worse. Your ears ring, you can feel it through your body. And
What do you mean, feel it through your body?
I mean, just the percussion of the sound blast and everything. I mean, you kind of feel waves through your body.
And have you experienced a gunshot in a small confined space?
Yes, I've been training, I've fired inside vehicles.
Okay, vehicles that were closed?
Yeah, the doors were closed on
So
them.
could you hear anything at all after that, the first shot goes off?
Well, we had headphones and earplugs on, so, but it was still very uncomfortably loud.
What does a 50, when you go to run a 50, what does that mean, sir?
You're checking to see if the person has warrants on them.
As, based on your experience as a detective in the Vice Squad, what does dope sick mean to you, sir?
That means that they're gonna go through withdrawals and it's gonna be bad.
And have you experienced people who are going into custody who didn't want to go into custody because they were dope sick?
Yes, pretty much in the Vice unit, the majority of incidents we had where officers had to use some type of force or something and I had to investigate it, I would say the majority, if not all, of them stated that they really, being arrested didn't bother them as far as the charge, but they did not want to go through withdrawals while they were in jail because they said jail just leaves you in there and they feel like they're going to die as they go through withdrawals and they do nothing for them in jail.
On August 23rd, so after the range, what happens next?
Well, we decided it's too early for lunch, so we decided to go work the Area's 8 precinct there. So we leave the range and, you know, everyone's in different vehicles. So we go to that area, drive around, and usually officers, when they're getting ready to pick somebody up, they text the other officers and say, I'm gonna try, kind of give a description in this area and attempt to pick them up.
Do you guys try to, how does the team communicate?
Usually with text, because usually their walkies and stuff are locked up.
Okay. And why are their walkies locked up?
Just because the girls go through their cars and, you know, walkie, I mean, you can see it's a big thing. It's kind of hard to hide. They'll go through, and if they see it, then it's pretty much, they know.
What personally, were you looking for prostitutes in that area at that point in time, or you have other?
I remember I drove to the area once or twice. I didn't notice a whole lot of people out. So we had, I can't remember if it was a 311 or an officer called us and told us that up around High and Green Lawn, that area up there, there was people working up in that area, like towards the morning times and stuff. And I was up in that area, driving that area up around High and Green Lawn, looking to see if it was actually true what the people were saying or not, if there was people working up there or not.
Because you're a sergeant, is that why you're allowed to leave that area where the team's working?
Yes, there's no requirement that I have to be there while they're, you know, doing that.
Okay.
As long as one other people from the team is there in the area.
As long as they have one other person in that area.
And I knew Evans was there and she was gonna be at the, I believe it was the Princeton Club that we was using for our takedown area. That's usually what we use on 8 precinct.
How about McKissick?
That McKissick was there because I talked to him right after the incident occurred, so I know he was there. I can't really name who all else was there. Like I say, that's been a long time ago.
Fair to say you're not on that specific text chain that they're doing?
Yeah, sometimes I am, sometimes I'm not. It just depends on.
How did you find out about what occurred at Yale?
I heard something on the radio, but before the radio went off, McKissick called me.
Okay, and then what did you do as a result of that?
I immediately responded to the scene.
And when you got to the scene, what did you observe?
When I got to the scene, they were loading Mitchell and Donna up in the ambulances. You know, everything was being taped off and that, so I was there till higher chain of command showed up, then I went to the hospital.
Okay. And you know Andy Mitchell?
From working with him.
Are you friends outside of work with him?
No.
Don't socialize or anything like that? Okay. And just a couple quick legal concepts. If someone doesn't believe that the person's an officer, are they allowed to resist or be non-compliant?
Well, if you committed a crime and the person's a police officer, you got the legal right to arrest them and detain them, whether they believe it or not.
Okay. I have a moment, Your Honor. Sergeant Evans, I appreciate you being here. Appreciate your testimony today.
Any cross-examination?
Thank you, Judge, briefly. Good afternoon, Sergeant. How are you?
Afternoon, good.
My name's Dan Cable. I think we've met.
Yes.
You were out at Green Lawn that day?
Up around Green Lawn High area.
Okay. When you say, when the standard procedure is that somebody be present, would you agree that that means that you need to be within a minute or two?
It's usually within general vicinity there.
Okay.
Usually you don't venture too far from either. If we got a staging area set up, you try to at least stay on the same precinct, which precincts are different sizes, different, you know.
And that's so that somebody, if there is a problem, somebody's never too far away, right?
Yes.
And it's important to keep contact with each other to let each other know what you're doing in case something like that happens, right?
Yes, because if you won't know unless somebody tells you.
And whose responsibility is it to let the suspect know that you're a cop?
Whoever's placing them under arrest because they've got the elements of probable cause.
Okay. And I think at some point, if I'm not mistaken, have you had a situation where somebody has not believed you were a cop?
That when been in plain clothes before, they'll say, I don't even think you're a cop,
Okay.
type of thing.
And what do you do in those situations normally?
I usually show them my ID or my badge, and some will say, well, I still don't know if I believe that or not, but you still place them under arrest.
Okay. Can you just sit there and wait for a little bit for your backup to come or your
It
partner?
depends on the situation. If it's something that needs to be escalated, then you need to take them into custody immediately. If they're getting agitated, if they're going to be a flight risk, or you try to keep it at the calmest level. But if they sit there and stay calm and you can talk to them and everything's good, then, you could sit there for however long you need till somebody gets there.
And would that be preferred?
Well, it's always preferred, yeah. You don't have to use any force, yes.
Right. Okay. When you go through the training, the firearms training that you talk about, the decision course,
Yes.
isn't it true that you generally are focusing on the weapon, if there is one?
We are focusing the target with the weapon, yes.
Right. But you're trying to see you're trying to look at the actual weapon, right?
Well, you have to determine, because if it turns towards you, that it could be a wallet, could be a cell phone, it could be a weapon. You have to evaluate that it's actually a weapon before you fire
Right.
upon
And
it.
if it is a weapon, you got to know whether they still have it or whether they've chucked it or any number of things, right?
Yeah, well, if the weapon, like I say, on ours, they obviously the paper target can't drop them, but they turn, so they don't face you. But you're always evaluating what's going on to determine if it's, if the person's, you got to determine if they're still a threat or not.
And in these trainings, you're already primed, right? You know something's coming.
Thing, but we have had training before where they get you primed, and then and every target that turns to you, someone, they got a wallet, they've got, there's nothing that you shoot at, and so you always have to evaluate it.
But you've already got your weapon and it's easily accessible.
Yes, our training is all, we have to wear our holsters and that, so yes.
You mentioned that you had some experience, I believe, with shooting inside of a enclosed space?
Inside a vehicle during training.
Okay, but you had ear protection, right?
Yes, had ear protection on, eye protection, yes.
Would you agree that if you were in a car in a closed space but you opened a door that would lessen the percussion effects?
Yeah, our doors were closed, so I would venture to say because the sound could escape through the door, it possibly could, but I can't say 100% one way or the other.
But it makes sense.
Yes, with science, it makes sense that it would escape through the open area.
Okay. Have you heard about, you talked about dope sick, have you heard about folks getting tolerance to drug and alcohol?
What do you mean tolerant?
The more you use, the better you are at it.
And
it takes more to get you drunk, or it takes more.
Well, yeah, that's pretty much a normal thing. Yeah, your body will adjust to whatever levels you're taking. And it happens it's not an instant thing. It happens over time and your addictions. Your body will just adjust and you have to take more and more and more.
But you'd agree with me that some people could test very high and act like a normal person because that's their normal state.
Yeah, that's some people, their body, they can't actually live without so much alcohol or drugs because their body will shut down.
So would you agree that it's hard to tell, just in a street encounter, if somebody's on alcohol or drugs, unless they're actively showing something that tells you that that person's on alcohol.
Yeah, usually there's some kind of physical or speech or some type of thing that will tip you off.
Okay. And I think you talked about procedure and training with badges and stuff like that, and I don't want to keep beating on that, but would you agree that sometimes when people have warrants, that there are times when cops would tell them that, okay, just go down to the courthouse and get this taken care of?
A long, long time ago. It used to be until, yeah, we had a little incident that, you know, it didn't work out for the officer, so it pretty much, and I can't remember what year that was and when it changed, but then there was a requirement that, yeah, everyone had to go.
But sometimes cops don't follow the requirements, right?
Yeah, that's pretty much, it happens.
Just like prosecutors and defense attorneys sometimes.
Yeah. I mean, everybody's human. Everybody kind of will
Okay.
venture a little bit sometimes.
Okay. And sometimes that makes perfect sense based upon a situation, right?
Yes.
Because these policies you guys have can't cover every single thing that happens to you, right?
No, I mean, that's why we have new policies, you know, on a regular basis, and policies change and get updated on a regular basis just because of incidents that occur.
In your training, are you ever trained at the range to empty your firearm?
You're just trained to till the threat stops. Like I say, it could be you could fire one time and the threat's gone, or you could, you know, run a couple magazines through your gun and, you know, and actually run out of bullets until it could be anywhere in between two. It's just one of those where when the threat's gone, you stop.
Right. And you're required to constantly be reassessing and assessing whether that threat has stopped, right?
Yes.
And in general, are some of the things that you look for, or would you agree with me that some of the things you look for in determining that are whether they are armed,
Yes.
right? Whether they're actively shooting at you,
Yes.
or actively stabbing you, or what they're saying to you.
Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of things you gotta, at that level, you're gonna have to bring a lot of things into play. Yeah.
But these are all things that you're taking in, right, to decide, is this still a threat or is it a threat to start with?
Yes.
And whether or not they try to get away,
No.
right, whether they flee.
But try to escape or not, yes.
Yeah. But if somebody's coming up at you with a knife or a gun, they're a threat, and you fire, and they drop that gun and turn like this, do you keep killing them because you once had reason to, or do you have to stop at that point?
Well, you have to change your tactics and use a different type of force or a different type of avenue normally.
Would you
You know,
agree?
as long as you can see that their hands and stuff, because you could drop one gun or knife and pull another one out of your waistband. It's always, you just don't know at that point.
But you've got to be looking for that, right?
Yeah, you have to reassess, yes.
So would you agree that just because you get justification to shoot somebody, or you fear for it, that doesn't mean you shoot them until they're dead every time, right?
No, we shoot till the threat stops, not till we,
And that could mean they quit
yes,
and they live. Or they quit and it's too late.
yes.
Right, any number of things. So, or if, for instance, if they're ball, you know, if they're into a ball or a defensive position, feet up against their chest like this, that would tell you something, right?
And that tells you that pretty much the force at that point is stopped, but that doesn't mean if you go up and we've had people do that, and then as soon as you touch them again, the fight's on again. So you got to just keep reevaluating it. Those situations rapidly change in seconds.
Yep, and you keep reevaluating. And would it be, would you consider it to be a good thing that you are actually able to see the person you're shooting?
I mean, if it's a threat, it would be a good thing to, yeah, I mean, to see what you're up against.
You ever train where you train people to fire things they're not looking at?
And, well, I mean, I can think of some situations where you would have to do that, but, I mean, we don't do any training on that.
Okay. And at the range, like I said, you've always got your firearm with you. But if you don't, or it's not easily accessible, and you determine that your life's at risk, but it takes you some period of seconds to get your firearm, would you agree with me, you're still required at that point to, when you turn, to reassess?
Well, yeah, you're, like I say, you're always reassessing the
Always
situation.
reassess,
Yeah,
right?
yes.
And you guys are trained very hard on that, right?
Yeah, you're always reassessing every situation that you're in all the time.
And you're trained that way because you're supposed to be better than the average person at this kind of stuff, right?
Supposed to be, yes.
And just because you're trained that way, though, doesn't mean sometimes cops blatantly go against their training. Sometimes.
Yeah, I mean, certain situations, stress and stuff, I mean, it's, I say, I'm not privy to all information on all, you know, shootings and stuff we have in the city of Columbus and stuff like that, but you know, you need to evaluate, but then again, I mean, your threat level's different than my threat level, so you gotta reevaluate based on your training and your abilities and what you're feeling your threat is.
Absolutely. I'm just saying it's not outside the realm of possibility that there are cops who do things they're not supposed to do.
Well, yeah, I mean, I was internal affairs for 6 years. I know that cops do things that they're not supposed to do, so.
All right. Thank you. I appreciate you coming in.
Any questions?
Briefly, Sergeant Evans, if someone slashed you with a knife, would you consider that person a threat?
Yes.
And if you saw the knife ahead of time and you believed that they were going to seriously injure you, you would be justified in firing your weapon at them, right?
If I believe they were still gonna harm me, yes.
Even if they hadn't harmed you yet and you see the knife coming at you, you're allowed to shoot, correct?
Objection leading.
Re-ask the question.
Why are you allowed to shoot, Sergeant Evans, if you see a knife coming at you and you perceived it to be a deadly threat before it gets to you?
Well, you don't have to let somebody stab you, or if they got a gun, you don't have to let them shoot you before, you know, you shoot or take whatever action you need to stop that threat.
Why are you allowed to try to save your life from someone choking you or attacking you with deadly force?
If you pass out and you have your weapon or they have a weapon, I mean, your life is definitely in danger.
Why are you allowed to use force in response to someone using deadly force or serious physical force to you? If they've already done it to you once, are you allowed to start from the premise that they're going to do it again?
Well, you stopped, I mean, if they do it to you, you take whatever actions you need till like I say, till the threat's gone.
What does an action versus a reaction mean for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
Action versus reaction. Action means you're actually doing something. Reaction is if you do something to me, I'm reacting to what you're doing.
Is an action always faster than a reaction?
Always, because you gotta take, your mind will take at least a second or half a second to figure out what's going on for you to react.
Are you trained as a reasonable police officer when you're about to have a serious physical injury or you believe the person's a threat? Are you, and it's already happened once, do you have to start from the premise it might happen again?
No, you don't have to wait for them. I mean, if you believe that if it's still a threat, you can take what action you need to stop that threat.
So when you're reassessing, and in your mind, if you're looking at something, if that person you believe is still a threat, you shoot till the threat is stopped.
Yes, if you're using deadly force, you can shoot till the threat's gone.
Thank you, Sergeant Evans.
Any questions as a result of those? All right, Sergeant, you can step down. Thank you. Any further witnesses?
One for today. Could we do one more, Your Honor?
Yeah.
Should be fairly quick. Thanks.
Yeah, the next call is John Gagnon.
Officer, before I swear you in, what's the dog's name? Eddie. That's what I thought. Can you raise your right hand? You solemnly swear, affirm under penalty of perjury, your testimony in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth.
I do.
May I inquire?
You may.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
My name is Caitlin Stevens, and I, along with my co-counsel, Mr. Collins, represent Mr. Mitchell in this action. If I go too fast at any point, Miss Carla will definitely yell at me, but please just let me know. Or if you don't understand my question, please just please let me know.
Okay.
Can you please state your name and spell your last for the jury?
My name is John Gagnon, and spelled Gagnon.
And can you introduce your friend to the jury?
My dog is Eddie. He's a retired police therapy dog that worked for the division for 3 years and then retired when I did.
You said you're retired?
Yes.
How are you enjoying retirement?
It's okay.
It's okay. I know I'm relatively young in my career, but I can't wait till the day I can say I'm retired. What were you doing prior to retirement?
I worked for the Division of Police for 32 and a half years, various assignments from patrol to, I taught firearms at the range. I was in our Strategic Response Bureau section. I was in narcotics tactical unit. I was in the therapy dog program and on the underwater search and recovery team for 30 years.
Back in 2018, what was your assignment?
I was assigned to the ordnance unit, the firearms training section.
What type of training is necessary to be in the firearms training unit?
It's state certification. You have to have a instructor development course, which now is an 80-hour course, teaches you how to teach. And then specifically for the firearms portion, the state requires specific instruction in shotguns, revolvers, and pistols is the basic training for the firearms instructors. And then we go on to do more in rifles, riot control munitions, things like that.
So it sounds like you had to go through, as a police officer, you had to go through OPATA and get that certification,
Yes.
right? And then as a firearms instructor, it sounds like you had to do 2 more levels of certifications?
Yes, well, it was 3 courses of certification to get the firearms instructor.
And what were your duties with regards to being a firearms instructor?
Typically, for the Division of Police, for on-duty officers, we run 5 courses of fire a year. And then we also teach the recruits their introductory basic firearms training in the pistol, the service gun, and their shotgun, and then a familiarization with the rifle. But our main focus is recertifying on-duty officers every year by the state standards.
So when the class of officers come to be taught on firearms or qualify for firearms, are there different aspects of the training, say, classroom versus out on the field?
Yes. Like I said, in best years we have 5 phases of training. Their duty gun, their off-duty gun, the shotgun. We do a decision course. Each of the courses, we start out with a sign-in, making sure everyone's there. We go over safety procedures, and that may be in the front lobby of the range, or it may be in one of the classrooms.
And then do you subsequently go out to the range?
Then we go to the firing range itself for whatever the course of fire is for that phase.
I want to focus on phase 4. Tell ladies and gentlemen what phase 4 would be.
That year it was the decision course. What we do is we have our inside range is 50 yards long by 50 yards wide. So we try to use all that space for our training. And sometimes that's putting a whole bunch of people in a little booth standing in line. But when we do the decision course, we set up different scenarios. So one end of the range might have a table and a chair. At another point, we may hand the officer a clipboard and have some barrels there that we say, hey, that's your car, you're walking away from your car to go take a report. We may put tarps up to give them a narrow focus, so they have to walk down a hallway. And then we incorporate the parts of the range that we can change, like the target carriers, and we put up different types of targets. Everything is cardboard and paper, so we set them up, and we can control them coming at you or going away from you or turning away, and some of them pop up and drop back down. So we use everything we have that we can to make it different and make the officers think, to help the training be better.
What kinds of targets are presented to the officers during the decision course?
in the classroom, we talk to them before they ever go out and start shooting, and we show them the targets we're going to use. And again, they're posters, color posters of people in various stances, okay? We can't change them very quickly, so it may be the same person on 3 posters, but what we can change is what's in their hand or what's not in their hand. So we'll have some posters where the target is facing them and it's holding a gun pointed at him, but the next picture might be the same guy, but he's holding a drill, or he's holding a beer, or instead of a beer, he's holding his badge case up. So we change what we can, and we tell them, we understand the limitations. You're going to see a picture. If that picture is pointing a weapon at you, assume they're firing at you. That would be an obvious threat, and the response to that is to fire back. Then we have non-threat targets, and we tell them, well, you got to look at the target. If they're holding a badge up or they're holding a beer up, that's a non-threat target. Okay, so you wouldn't shoot at them, you wouldn't point your weapon at them. Then there's the indeterminate, and those are the hardest ones that we do, and that's where we have it really low lighting, or the guy's in a position like this, and instead of a gun in his hands, he's got that drill that's got the same point. You know, it might be a firearm, so you got to look twice. So those are the indeterminate ones. So we give them 3 types of targets, and we tell them how we want them to react to them. And then we take them out, and we walk them through the scenarios.
How are you supposed to react to a target who does in fact have a gun who you're assuming as the officer is firing at you?
And we tell them, if the person's pointing the gun at them, it's not, hey, I want to go turn in this firearm. It's, they are shooting at you. So we tell them that beforehand, so there isn't a question, they don't have to ask questions. We're saying, when that target turns and faces toward you, if they're pointing a weapon at you, they are shooting at you.
And what's the officer supposed to do in that response?
Go to cover, return fire, end the situation.
Shoot until the threat's over?
Yes.
At the range, Mr. Officer Gagnon, is ear protection required?
Yes.
What kind?
The officers, we recommend they have the little foamy earplugs in, but they have to have a hard set of headset, you know, like you see people with over the ears, both ears, and up over top of their head.
Why is that?
It's an OSHA requirement because it's loud.
How is the course or range designed to deal with different sound effects of the weapon?
Well, the range itself has sound deadening foam the first 10 or 20 yards out on the side walls and then across the roof to try and limit some of the noise.
And when you fire a firearm in the range with the both recommended and the required ear protection, you said it's loud?
It's still loud, yes.
Have you ever had training of firing a weapon from inside of a vehicle?
Yes.
Tell ladies and gentlemen of the jury what that sounds like in comparison to you being at the range.
We did do training with that while shooting inside a car, and being in a real tight enclosed space like that, it's not just the sound, it's the overpressure. You're going to feel that too. That is very distracting. And we don't, obviously we're not able to replicate that on our range because you'd be shooting out a lot of windows. But the instructors have gone to courses and that, so most of the instructors understand it.
I want to take you back to August 23rd of 2018. Were you working at the range that day?
Yes.
And in what capacity?
That day I did the classroom section of the training, and then we switched off. We had a range master in the booth running the targets, and then we had safety officers that would take each officer through. They would pick up the officer at the door and bring them in and, you know, go over with them. This is what we want you to do, you know, safety stuff, keep the firearm down range, things like that. And I did both the classroom and work the range.
And what phase of training did you do that same phase of training that we previously just talked about, phase 4?
Yes, distraction.
Yes.
Or decision.
The decision-making course. So you mentioned that you were both the classroom officer and the safety officer?
Mm-hmm.
And so the safety officer, you said, just
yes,
gives instructions on how to be safe?
The safety officer, the officers, once they got done with the classroom, they'd all go to the lobby and make ready. So we change into target ammo instead of their duty ammo. Some of the times, and I don't recall exactly, we set their magazines with a certain amount of rounds because we don't want them shooting 40 rounds on a course. We just need to show that they're recognizing the threat and dealing with it. So when they come into the range, an officer meets them at the door, makes sure their gun's holstered, and walks them through the range to the number 1 position to start. And they'll go through position 1, position 2, position 3, or 4. I think there was 4 that year. And each one's a little bit different scenario.
And you walk with the officer through that scenario, through 1 through 4?
Yes, and the reason is, like I said, our range is 50 yards wide by 50 yards long. Occasionally officers really get into the training, and we want to make sure that the weapon is downrange all the time, even if they're walking this way, facing this way. If they happen to see one of the targets move or something, we don't want them inadvertently drawing or pointing the weapon back toward the instructors. So we're within arm's reach, up close with the officers as they go through.
And so when the threats presented themselves to the officer, would they always come from in front or from the side, or how would the threats present themselves to the officer?
Well, all the targets are downrange. So we move them into a position where they can see a sideways target. So we put them into position to see a target that may be facing. But all the targets are downrange, and all the targets can move forward and back, except for the ones that just pop up or down.
How far downrange are the targets, would you say?
Depends on the situation. Some of them, we have them maybe 5 or 6 yards away. Some of them, they may be 20 or 30 yards.
Did threats ever come from behind the officer?
No.
Why is that?
It would be unsafe. We don't want the officers to feel that they need to turn around at all.
Have you ever been involved in like a 360-degree training aspect with the firearm where a threat does come from behind you?
Yes. Some of the instructors, we went through what's called a 360 shoot house, where they have a range that every wall will take rounds. So when you go in, you may go in the door, and your threat may be right beside the door as you come in. And because of the way the range is set up, you can shoot in any direction.
How would you classify a threat as in front of you or behind you, officer? I apologize, that was a really terribly worded question. How would you would a person be more of a threat if they were coming towards you with a weapon or behind you with a weapon?
The threat coming toward me, I can see and evaluate and decide how I'm going to react. Behind me, I wouldn't be able to do that, so I would be more of a threat.
Officer Gagnon, you mentioned that you were also you also instructed the class on that day. Did you instruct them on the same kinds of threats that you and I had spoke about earlier?
Yes, I told them what the targets were, how we expect them to react to the targets, and we told them everything we do. We'd say, we're going to put something in your hand. Well, if you have it in your hand, you have to get rid of it to get to your gun. So we give them all the instructions and then take them out in the range and then have them try to remember them and go through them.
Thank you. I want to switch gears and talk to you a little bit about firearms, specifically gun jams. Are you familiar with them?
Yes.
Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what a limp wrist is?
The semi-automatic firearm works on a recoil, and if what they call limp wrist is when you fire, you're letting your hand go back at the same time as the recoil wants to go back, and it wants to have something firm to push against so that it reloads the firearm. So they call it limp wrist, where you're moving the same time the gun wants to go this way when you should be pushing against it to provide that force to make the action work.
Can that cause a gun to jam?
Yes.
Are there other types of jams that you've seen?
Typically there are three. There's fail to extract, fail to feed, and what's called a double feed.
When do the extraction or the double feed jams occur typically in your experience?
The limp wristing is one that will cause it not to be able to fire again. Sometimes if there's something blocking the ejection port, it can stop the spent round from the casing from getting out, and it jams inside and blocks it.
When someone is right hand dominant, is it fair to say that they're slower shooting with their left hand?
It'd be fair to say they're less accurate with their left hand unless they practice a lot.
Would they be slower too or no?
They can be, sure.
May I have a moment, Your Honor? Your Honor, may we approach?
Yes, you may.
Apologize. Thank you so much, Officer Gagnon, for your service to our community, and thank you to Eddie for providing us all a smile this afternoon. Appreciate it.
Any cross-examination?
Briefly. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon,
How
sir.
are you?
Fine.
Good. Should I cross-examine Eddie or you? Has he been a good boy?
He is good.
Okay, all right. You talked about a target being behind you would be a threat. But if you knew that target was there, would you know to turn around and sort of reassess the situation? Is that how you're trained?
Yes.
You're not trained to just start firing
No,
at somebody.
if I knew a threat was behind me, I would want to turn and try to get some sort of visual on it, sure.
Right, and in fact, that kind of the theme here is you're supposed to reassess every time, right?
Continually.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. And you train that pretty routinely and pretty thoroughly because you're supposed to be better than the average person at this kind of stuff, right?
What do you mean, reassessing?
All of it, because cops are supposed to be.
Yes, yes.
You're supposed to be better than the average bear at handling situations.
We would like to think so.
Right, right. Well, and that kind of gets me here, and I'm not going to spend a lot of, well, have you ever jammed a gun by limp wrist?
Myself? Yeah. Yes.
Okay, okay. You said you're supposed to be better, and in your training, wouldn't you agree that despite all your efforts, all the prep time you spend training, that some of these officers are just not as good as some of the others?
Absolutely.
And some of these officers are less meticulous about the rules than some of the others.
I can only say about on the range, we're really particular about the rules. If they break the rules on the range, we ask them to leave or then fix it.
But some of them still do.
Some do, sure.
Right. And some are less enthusiastic about the training than others.
Oh, absolutely.
Some care more about it than the others.
Yes.
And in fact, some police officers simply don't do what they're trained sometimes in real life.
Sure.
Okay. I mean, you've heard of that before,
Yes.
right? Yeah. Okay. That's all I've got. Thanks.
Okay.
Officer Gagnon, back on August 23rd, 2018, did you kick Andy Mitchell off the range that day for not following instructions?
No.
Thank you.
All right, you can step down. Good seeing you, Eddie. It's a Burmese, what is it?
Burmese mountain dog. Franklin County Animal Shelter's best. I'll send you my turkey.
Council want to approach? not discuss this case among yourselves. Do not permit anyone to discuss it with you or in your presence. It is your duty not to form and express an opinion on the case until it is finally submitted to you. Go have a wonderful weekend.
All rise.
What is that? You guys seen the card?
Thank you, Carl. Have a good weekend.
You
Thank
guys,
you, Judge.
take a look at the jury instructions.
We will. And then we'll.
I think one little tweak will go.
And Judge, did you get our thing about adding the definition of conduct?
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll respond this weekend. That's what
Okay.
we said yesterday.
Okay.
Conan, we'll talk beforehand. That's what we, remember we talked yesterday, we said that. Have you seen Eddie before?